issue will arise in the current geopolitical context by being part of a perspective of research for an epistemology of the site capable of emancipating knowledge in Africa and therefore in the Muslim world. In his work, Beyond Timbuktu and Intellectual History of Muslim Africa, Professor Khan Omar underlined that colonial epistemology tried to separate the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa based on culture, ethnic, and identity aspect to establish its domination over part of the continent, with the links between the two regions had been built for millennia. It should be known that for centuries it was the North Africa who brought Islamic knowledge to West Africa in a peaceful manner. Thus rooted Islamic knowledge has worked in depth on African society and consolidated connection between sub-Saharan and Maghrebian intellectuals. And if so, what did this category of intellectuals not play a leading role in the struggle for independence, leading left-wing intellectuals in general and those who had studied of foreign university computers take the lead of the African liberation movement? This is the question was not addressed in my article. I would like to provide the beginning of an answer by trying to find out why the Muslim elites were relegated to the background and why their connection in the two regions experienced a certain distance. But above all, it is appropriate to address this over-secularized intellectual engaged in the struggle for independence before showing why the Muslim intellectual was marginalized. One, the secular intellectual for commitment to disenchantment. For more than a century, this intellectual was characterized by a posture of commitment during the colonial period before experiencing disenchantment. If credit must go to the secularized intellectual for having nurtured the national conscience, militated for the independence of his country, and reflected on the liberation of Africa by weaving links with all the intellectuals of the continent, he has been enabled in the face of globalization and the bankruptcy of regime to achieve the Pan-African idea. In a first phase, and for more than a century, he is carried away by the passion of the national project of Pan-Africanism, but experienced disenchantment in second phase in front of the extension of the national state and the collapse of the political system. He has something defended to his detriment. Washing up the shore of desolation, the secularizing intellectual lives in unhappy conscience. In this context, it is worth highlighting to measure that in the posture of secularizing intellectual, the first began with the Pan-African ideal in the 19th century when elites to African origin who had settled in the United States had become aware of their state of inferiority compared to the white men. This awakening was at the origin of the first demand for equal right and recognition and dignity as a human being. And this is how Pan-Africanism became the crucible of culture, social, and politics demands. Initially undermined by a different approach, Pan-Africanism was able to overcome this obstacle in the context of the Second World War, to become a framework for united elites in the struggle for the liberation of this country. In this context, intellectuals trained in the European way were better placed to react to colonial regimes. Advocating armed struggle, they had led another political ground, African to unite against the European colonizer. Along this path, links between intellectual Africa and North Africa, already established before the Second World War, will be further consolidated during regional meetings and through media support. In this case, that commitment to the fight against colonialism and constitute the cement which would unite African intellectualism. This link supported the solidarity during the post-colonial period. The post-colonial phase was a turbulent period. This was a crucial phase in development of relation between African intellectuals, most of whom had become politicians or even heads of states. For more than 2 decades, the relation between elites in the Maghreb and more particularly in the sub-Saharan Africa have witnessed an intense development. This rapprochement was mainly promoted by the bipolarity and emergence of the no-aligned bloc. In this geopolitical context, intellectuals from the above-mentioned regions gathered in regional and international forums debated no without an ideological overload of preoccupation of the new independent states and defended economic and social development policy. For intellectuals who suffered during the colonial night, it is certain that subject discussed could not go beyond recurring the theme of Africa total liberation. This approach by Maghrebian and African intellectuals who were secularized did not produce the expected results, and the origin of certain dogmatism in the perception of the complex reality of African society as a marginalizing of intellectuals who did not share the same approach. It ranked the decline of this category of intellectuals as early the mid-1980s. A close analyzing of the result of 2 decades of participation of the secularized intellectual in the construction phase of the national state makes it difficult to issue a final judgment without referring to his position. However, one can give some explanation. First, for any intellectual who participated in the war of liberation, the passion to contribute to the national effort prevailed over the debate of ideas that some considered pure rhetoric in the face of the problem what awaited the new states, such as the struggles against misery, famine, and illiteracy. Enchanted by his role as a provider of ideas, he imported projects of institutions or of economic and social policy of also thought and was a realization has produced an effect opposite to the one expected as long as the reality of society were ignored. Secondly, by contributing to the establishment of a one-track thinking, thereby making his conception of the national state prevalent and the national policy that ensued in a climate expansion of all sorts of criticism, the secularized intellectual has paved the way to autocracy and military regimes. This situation opened a new page in the political instability was characterized African history, including North Africa. Since then, one witnessed the disenchantment of the secularized intellectual, disappointed by autocratic state, rejected by the fellow citizens who no longer believe in his role of a producer of meaning and knowledge, and suspected by his colleagues who have experienced a repression. The secularized intellectual is tainted by a pang of conscience. From the preceding, it's apparent that the study of the trajectory of the secularized intellectual and the presentation allow us to support the following reasoning. A dominant player in both the colonial and post-colonial period, he believed in the Pan-African idea. If he was unable to take up this challenge, it was not only because of the historical condition in the construction of the national state, but particularly because of his policy of contempt toward other social actors. We did not share his own political conception. Having fought against the colonial system, the force calling the indigenous and denying his existence as a subject of law, the secularist intellectual consciously or unconsciously reproduced the same pattern of rejection, leading the Islamic intellectual, in particular, to fight for his recognition. To the Islamism. the Islamized intellectual for marginalizing to hegemony. The post-colonial period, which lasted until the mid-1980s, was marked by the predominant role of secular intellectuals in the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa. However, this predominance has not been totally dominant in society. By granting themselves primacy in the public sphere, the secularizing intellectuals had left the field open to the Islamists who acted in the private sphere and of the margin of society. With the decline of the former and its dispersal, the latter emerged. And with the rise of Islamism in the Arab world, it set out to occupy the public arena with a political design. While there was nothing left of the connection between secularized intellectuals from the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa, relations between Islamism from the two regions have developed. This strong presence is not due to a combination of circumstances, but is the result of the long process of sedimentation of the Islamization of sub-Saharan Africa and the significance of religion in the presentation in the literary and scholar of the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa. These two themes relating to the long term and to representation will be analyzed in turn. It is difficult to determine whether Islamism of sub-Saharan Africa began. However, it is accepted that it began in the 8th century with the opening of new routes by Muslim merchants for North Africa, since the caravan ulema and traverse has crisscrossed the Sahara for centuries, slowly and silently Islamizing West Africa in particular.
Prof, we've got 5 minutes left. I would request you to conclude in 5 minutes. Yeah.
5?
Yes.
5 minutes?
Yes, please. 5 minutes.
7. Over this long period, the Islamist movement has gone from marginalization during the colonial and post-colonial period to hegemonic temptation in the geopolitical context prevailing after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Concerning the relation that existed between the Islam of North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa to world colonial powers, England and France saw the Greek solidarity between Muslims in order to cut off agitation of religious movements such as the Sanusiya and the Mahdiya. Moreover, they had adopted another way of governance that consisted in co-opting Muslim scholars and politicians and even financing their pilgrimage to Mecca. This same policy has been practiced with regard to Islamism intellectuals in the Maghreb. It was following by the secularization of the school and the creation of madrasa in order to facilitate the emergence of Muslim elite, more open to modernity. Still in this logic, the colonial system has sought to marginalize the Islamist intellectual. However, this had not prevented him from producing great works. In fact, the marginalization had two opposite effects to what had been expected by the colonizer. Infinitely, this same logic has been practiced consciously or unconsciously by the post-colonial state. About the post-colonial period, Africans had believed that industrialization, the modernization, and agriculture and free schooling at Car were a panacea for development of their country. A few decades later, difficulties soon arose. They had perhaps ignored what culture was a formidable instrument of Western domination. Engaged in the economic and social development of the country, the national state had not paid much attention to culture. As a result, the intellectual who has resisted to his policy and not right to be cited. Moreover, if this logic, even secularized, has been ostracized, the Islamists had paid the price of repression. This ostracism stems from the fact that the national state exercised control over Islam. In addition of this distance from the public sphere, it should be stressed that a large part of secularized elites demonized the Islamism and saw in him the source of the obstacle that blocked the access of population to modernity. Faced with the refusal, the Islamism has adopted a low profile. He had no alternative but to assume the role of conscious objector in society devitalized by authoritarian state. Therefore, he invested the poor district of African cities and remained close to the most disadvantaged social strata. Islam has always been an issue of power. The fact that the Islamic intellectual has manifested himself in hegemonic manner to dominate the public space in sub-Saharan Africa and the Maghreb refers to several causes, including the regional and international geopolitical context, the competition between Arab states acting in the framework of a global strategy inspired and spirited by world power and the resentment of Islamist elites toward in African national states. This cause deserves our attention. Concerning the regional and international geopolitical context, the expression of Islam fight, its explanation in three essential factors. Before the Six-Day War and the October 1973 war, Arab nationalism, inspired by President Nasser and the Ba'ath Party ruling Syria and Iraq, was the dominant ideology in the Middle East and the Maghreb. With the collapse of the Syrian and Egyptian economic following the war effort, Saudi Arabia, strong in her financial power and coming to the aid of these states, was able to inflation. The propensity to lead Islam took shape with the implementation of the Organization of Islamic Conference. Compared to Saudi Arabia, the Maghreb country, although they do not have the same geopolitical ambition in the expansion of Islam, have opened their university to sub-Saharan and eminent thinker was emerged. Following the regional upheaval linked to the advent of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the war of Afghanistan, and the activism of the Libyan leader Gaddafi, West Africa has been the theater of all Islamic influences, the consequence of which were at the origin of the emergence of the Islamist intellectual in the public arena. However, these effects are not the only ones. Showing a great resilience in fighting the colonial marginalization of the national state, the Islamist intellectual is the only actor who currently dominates the public space in the face of disenchantment of the secular intellectual, with a long past of and erudition long ignored by colonial and post-colonial thought, the Islamist intellectual, whether in the Maghreb or in sub-Saharan Africa, form a monolithic bloc. Contrary to secularization by culture and ideological flavor, the Islamic proposed, as Bertrand Badi assert, to respond to the demands for meaning of population with live in cultural alienation that are crucial where inclusive and frustration and are more serious. This interaction of the effect of the accumulation of the process of Islamization with a complex and violent reality has contributed to the strengthening of the representation of the world of the Islamism and has led him to develop transnational strategies to reconquer the spoiled territories. I conclude. He can affirm that with he can affirm that with exception of jihadists who share the same vision of the world and the use of terrorism, there is currently not connection between intellectuals from the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa. There are many reasons. We have analyzed the most ones. For the secularizing and democratic intellectual, the constraints are stifling as long as society remains ruled by authoritarian powers and reality has become more complex to grasp. He is currently experiencing an unhappy conscience. His problem lies in the fact that he cannot understand the logic that underlies the dynamic of the society. For the Islamists, trapped, sacred, living of the Ummah, he cannot distinguish between faith and every life, between the real and the immanent. In my opinion, and without going and further, the intellectual of our society must above all seek to forge their own conceptual tools to understand their condition as modern man. We must place his approach of Southern epistemology. Let me quote the sociology dos Santos, for whom thinking about the South must go beyond geography. In other words, the South means on inequality and a way of seeing the world even in the North. In this framework, he asserts, it is an epistemological South made up of the multitude of Souths. Each of them is an epistemological South in itself and consists of knowledge produced in the context of struggles against capitalism, colonialism, and patriarchy. This colonial knowledge is forged in all the places where such struggles exist, in the South and is as in the geographic North. The goal of Southern epistemologies is to allow oppressed social groups to develop representation of the world that resembles them, which reflect the reality, that is to say, to represent the world as belonging to them, to appropriate the world, because it is only on this condition that they will be able to change it according to their own aspirations. Merci beaucoup. Merci. My French is...
Thank you very much for your contribution. The next speaker, by the way, we will take the questions at the end of the session, once we are done with the speakers. The next speaker we have in this beautiful gathering of intellectual bigwigs is Professor Yusuf Ziya Gökçek. He is going to enlighten us on the Muslim image in the early cinema, so how it had the colonial impression since it was growing in parallel with when the colonialism was growing. So the from is yours, Prof.
Sen beni yönlendir, tamam mı? Biraz uzattı da hocam. Çok uzattı.
Okay, tamam. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank this organization, this institution, and friends who contribute this organization. First of all, welcome to all of you. Okay. Okay. The title of my presentation is The Muslim Image in the Early Cinema, A Colonial Beginning. When I chose this topic, I thought the beginning of cinema and modern colonialism are two phenomena that come into contact with each other at close dates, because colonialism spread the follow information, communication, and image from the center to the periphery more strongly with cinema. Colonialism was also a center where image, information, and opinions and doctrines were collected. These are three important dates that make colonialism a powerful center along with cinema and modern communism. The congresses of 1878 and 1884 in Berlin were made when European colonial powers increased their global influence. At these congresses, as you know, the European states sharing the Islamic geography. The second leg in favor of colonialism is 1920. Because there is not a single country, Islamic geography, that was not occupied in 1920. Thus, cinema becomes the domination devices of modern imperial and colonial foreign occupation in Islamic geography both before and after 1920. Cinema actually began in 1895, the year the first movie was released at the Grand Café in Paris. 1895 was also a time when non-Western empires were not collapsing but weakening. My main aim in the text is to show how cinema became a colonial tool at a time when the colonial powers consisting of Western countries and contained Russia. The transformation of cinema into a tool that produced legitimacy in favor of Western states in the colonial geography occurs at similar dates. Cinema depicts the image of the colonized countries in general and the Muslim image in a particular as a passive character. This character representation will be the basis of an anti-colonial film language in the following years. Considering France's colonial network, the Lumiere brothers invented cinematographers, as you know, sent it to many countries where France was culturally influential and under colonial rule. This move also shows the need for colonialism for the speed of cinema. The Lumiere brothers reached many countries around the world, from Istanbul to Havana, is the capital of Cuba, in about 5 years. By 1900, they had begun to shoot images that were considered the beginning of many national cinemas. When Western-centered cinema historiography is considered, the history of cinema in non-Western countries is usually started with the operators of the Lumiere brothers. Lumiere operators initiated the documentary approach in cinema from Vietnam to Caribbean, included countries largely in Ottoman geography. Many architectural structures and human face were captured. This was also an articulation Orientalist painting and photography. The tradition of Orientalist painting also informed the operators on how to take which image and how to shoot it. Documentary images were also taken in British Empire only by operators assigned to this task. And I will discuss, especially evaluate the cinemas Italy, Russia, England, France in general, and contain Russia. In these cinemas, I will give an example how colonialist politics distorts the image of Muslim. And after Berlin Congress, after invented the cinema. Colonial cinemas distort and stereotype the image, the Muslim image. When we look at Italian cinema, Italian repeats in 1920s, especially after World War I. That is the hero of the Roman Empire in all the historical contemporary political films it has produced since the beginning of the cinema history, especially of Italian cinema history. And its early period, Italian cinema is a fantasy place where imperial desires appear. The invasion of this Islamic geography, especially Libya, Eritrea, and Somalia, is what will make it appear as the Roman Empire, the most, This film, the pictures from Kiftebi, 1922, director Mario Camerini. And before this film, it's Cabiria. Cabiria is most influential in cinema history. But this film I will discuss. The most important film to depict this period of Italian cinema is Kiftebi. Kiftebi tells a love story set during the war between Italian and Ottomans, 19 1912. It is also the story of Libyan noble, educated in Italy, who sides with Italy against the Ottomans. The educated Libyan nobleman, his name is Ismail, doesn't want the Ottomans because the Ottomans are inferior. He wants the Italy to win because Italy is civilized. Through Ismail, we see three cultures. The first is the Ottoman, which is portrayed as a ruthless, savage. The second culture is Arab culture, and Arab culture also represents these return from trip to Italy. Italy is the only power that can rescue him from this darkness. Italy makes Ismail feel like a universal type and cosmopolitan type. Turks have no idea of justice and fictions. While Arabs are plunderers, Italy brings the justice and security to Libya that Ismail is waiting for. It's also observed the image of Muslim in the movie is divided into three categories. And first, barbaric, savage, and European culture. Actually, this film is translated novel at the same title, Kifteli. Yes. Country is Russia. When we observe the film during Soviet Russia period, two images of Muslim emerge. The first one is the Muslim rebels originating from the Basmachi movement. Basmachi movement, 1920s. The second is the medieval age, ironically, and medieval Muslims who are ignorant of the blessing of civilization. After 1970, Muslims who revolted in many regions of Central Asia, especially Uzbekistan, became a footprint in of Soviet cinema. This is because the Basmachi are identity whose over ruling spurs in Soviet times. In Soviet westerns, Western, or we say red western, the Basmachi were savage who had to be destroyed. They were feared to come back and enslave the masses that the Soviets had liberated. Examples of this genre include the elusive Avengers, the Bodyguard, and the best of this is White Sound of the Desert, this film you see, and Basmachi Muslims and pictures from this film, Basmachi movement leader and Basmachi movement soldier, and Basmachi movement leader's wife, harem. Actually, in the middle of the picture, Suko is ex-soldier, ex-Soviet soldier, and Suko freed and liberated from this woman from Basmachi movement's harem. Okay. Thirdly, it is seen the Muslim image in films. The history of early cinema is reduced to individual freedom by concealing colonial domination. In films where the Frenchman is seen as someone with cultural and intellectual capital, the narrative is built on the brutal Muslim man and the captive Muslim woman. The liberation established in the gender equation is a defeat of the brutal man by the French man and the liberation of the captive woman. In these films, with a classical narrative structure, the captive Muslim woman falls in love with Frenchman, as always, after she is liberated. He convinces her that both love and freedom are lived under French patronage. We can see this kind of dramatic story when Louis Moritz, the director, Descend du Allah and The Good of Allah in 1922. The synopsis of movie is all as follows. Shortly, a harem girl is sentenced to death by stoning after the Sultan finds her in the arms of a slave, bootleg slave. A Frenchman tries to rescue her, but is captured and also stands sentenced to death. In the end, both the girl and Frenchman are saved, and they reach a happy ending. A classic narrative finally ends happy ending. In the fourth country, the UK or Britain, trilogy that included Nigeria, India, and Sudan, which were under British rules in this term. His films are Sanders of the River, The Drone, and the Four Feathers. I won't mention Sanders of the River because it's about tribal chief in Nigeria who believes in nature religions. The Dream is about the Muslim revolt that breaks out the north of India. Muslims are categorized into Muslims who want to help Britain and Muslims, traitors who fight against them. In colonial films, as Fanon underlines in his masterpieces, Black Skin, White Mask, the voyage of the earth or oppressed are given to choices, either to help or not to be traitors. The Four Feathers is about the Mahdi rebellion in Sudan. The rebels fighting against the British are depicted as bloodshed, and the Mahdi is portrayed as a despot who deceives people. As a result, cinema provided both cognitive and imaginative manipulation with the notion of captivating the evidence for the continuation of colonialism. Modern colonialism used the militarism and insurance to guarantee soft power. All of the tools available in the 20th century of all arts that followed cinema was the most mass. For illiterate communities, especially Soviet regime, it offered pictograms and hieroglyphs that could be read without being an expert, For example, yes, I said that, cinema was used as a tool of manipulation to create a competent, sophisticated, subaltern generation. Colonial cinema portrayed Muslims as incomplete, and it was the colonial persona that completed them. However, this image began to change, especially during the decolonization processes. The historical image produced by colonial cinema later became the point where enchanted decolonization continued.
Thank you very much, Prof. We are also privileged to have Dr. Serhat Orakçı with us. He is a senior researcher at IHH Research Center, and he's going to enlighten us on the topic of Pan-Africanism and Muslims in Africa.
Thank you. I have to take you from art to politics back again. Sorry for that. My presentation will focus on the Pan-Africanism and the African Muslims' interaction with this idea. So this topic is interesting for me because I'm observing the Islam in Africa, and Pan-Africanism is also a very important thinking ideal for the African Muslims and for all Africans. So how these two, African Muslims and the Pan-Africanist thinking, will emerge, and what will create This is my central point. Pan-Africanism emerged and developed at the peak of the colonialism and racism. I will not give into the details of the colonial era, but the colonial era was a distorting for the non-European communities. For us, for example, it drove some borders, some artificial borders for our communities, and damaged our cultures, damaged our economic and political systems. For Africans, it is same as well. In the colonial era, all Africa, shape of the Africa has changed dramatically, and brutalities of the white men in the continent is very well known. So I will not go into the details of these colonial brutalities. But Pan-Africanism is a mega-scale project, like the Pan-Islam. Pan-Islam emerged in the 19th century, at the second of the 19th century, was also a mega-scale project. And this project has political, cultural, and social dimensions. So when we say Pan-Africanism, or when we mention Pan-Africanism, we are not only mentioning the political arena. We are also dealing with the cultural issues sometimes, and we are also dealing with the integration of economies sometimes. And the doctrine, or this ideology, because some say it's ideology, but I will prefer saying doctrine, is based on consciousness of being African. And targeting to increase integration between the Africans in political scene, in economic field, and in cultural issues. Of course, there are lots of names contributed to the Pan-Africanism, like Webb Du Bois, Edward Blyden, George Padmore, or Nkrumah, Lubumba, etc. So I will not, unfortunately because of the time, I will not go into all of these names, but I will mention especially with the Edward Blyden and some other intellectuals and politicians and their contribution to the Pan-Africanism. As a part of Africa, of course, Muslim intellectuals, politicians, civil society organizations, civil society representatives, they are also affected by the Pan-African ideal time to time, because African Union has 54 countries, states, and half of these states are majority Muslim countries. And there are some initiatives in the continent taking place recently, like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Majority Muslim African countries, they also participate in the agreement. And also there are various civil society organizations like Pan-African Muslim Journalists Association, Pan-African Muslim Student Association. And recently in the Sahel region, after the military coups, we see some youth waving Pan-African flags or giving statements with Pan-African tone. So Pan-Africanism is always there. Time to time we see it clearly, but sometimes it loses its heyday. To understand better, I have to give a couple of definitions for Pan-Africanism. So when we say Pan-Africanism, what it implies, what is the meaning of it? I start with Britannica. Britannica defines Pan-Africanism as the idea of uniting people of African descent around commonalities and around common interest. In Africana, the same concept is explained as political project that aims for a single African state. Yeah, this point is important. Single African state. It was a dream of Nkrumah in the 50s and 60s. African state that would include all Africans, and to reach Africans in the diaspora could return. Because Africa is not only the continent. There is a big diaspora population out of Africa. They usually live in the New World or in the Europe or even in the Asia. So Pan-African ideas also suggest returning for the diaspora. In the cultural level, the concept is considered as a doctrine that consists of the literary and artistic activities of all Africans. So when we say culturally Pan-Africanism, it means we refer the literary and artistic activities. Another we, for example, define Pan-Africanism as a desire for common homeland, racial equality, unity, and the improvement of social conditions of African people. There is no definition accepted by all, unfortunately. So every academic or ideological perspective define Pan-Africanism differently. But from these attempts of definition, we can boldly say Pan-Africanism is a vision that includes intellectual, cultural, social, political, economic, and artistic projects that call for the unification and liberation of Africans living in the continent and abroad. So here, the main motivation is always unity, African unity, or unity of Africans. So when we say Pan-Africanism, we imply the unity of all Africans. I have to give you some historical overview to see the situation better or to understand the concept better. For example, Al-Mazroui's acknowledgement is very important because he says Pan-Africanism was born out of Western discrimination and racist attitudes. So for Al-Mazroui, Pan-Africanism is a gift of Europeans. Because of that, it's a modern and secular ideology perspective. According to him, white men gave birth to Pan-Africanism and paved the way emergence of collective African identity and consciousness. Collective consciousness for Africa began in the New World and the Caribbean, not in Africa. Pan-Africanism started in the New World. And then transferred, the idea was transferred to African soil. When we look at the historical overview or background, we see slavery is playing an important role for the development of Pan-African ideas. Because escapes from slavery, forming underground organizations that encourage escapes and help fugitives, organizing revolts, dancing together, eating together, singing together in the plantations, all promoted development of African consciousness. Of course, for the slaves, the motivation was get rid of the white man's brutalities, white man's hegemony and racism. Muslim Africans were part of the slavery as well. As you know, many Africans from Africa has been taken to the New World as slaves, of course, and they work in the plantations. There are some cases implying that they lost their religious beliefs. They converted to Christianity sometimes, but some they kept their beliefs. So we cannot give a very clear picture on the Muslim slaves, but they were part of the slavery and they were in the plantations. There is a very interesting case actually in the history, the Haitian Revolution. In the Haitian Revolution, some prominent Muslim slaves played a very important role. For example, the Bookman and Fatiman, they were among the organizers of the revolt. So they played a very historic, crucial role in the Haitian Revolution. Jamaican politician, activist Marcus Garvey, he also played a very crucial role advocating the economic integrity of the black Africans. He promoted empowerment of black communities by establishing some companies like Negro Factories Corporation, Negro World Newspaper, Black Star Line Shipping Company. So Darwinism advised economic integration for the Africans in the Caribbean and the Americas against the white supremacy, against the white man's rule. The word Pan-Africa is firstly used in the 1900s, first time in the first Congress, because there were a chain of Pan-African congresses organized from 1900 to 1945, a series of conferences and meetings. In these meetings, Pan-African leaders like Webb Du Bois met together with the African leaders, community leaders, and they discussed the future of Africans in the New World and future of Africa, and they tried to actually establish a collective roadmap for the struggle in order to struggle the white man's rule. But in France, in Paris, Pan-Africanism took another way. It was more artistic, it was more literary, known as the Negritude movement. Senghor, Eliane Diop, and Aimé Césaire became prominent figures, dignifying African roots in their literary works. And academicians like Sheikh Anta Diop, he gave impetus to the idea of African civilization. During the post-war era, some African political leaders emerged.
I would like to request you to conclude in the next 5 minutes, please.
How many minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? But it's very short.
Okay, an extra 2 minutes probably.
Thank you. So I have to go fast a little bit. Negritude movement was in the France, and it was a type of Pan-Africanism. But during the 50s and 60s, Nkrumah became a prominent leader in Africa, aiming to unite all Africa. His very famous rhetoric, "Africa must unite," became a slogan for Africans at that time. So efforts of Nkrumah, Lubumba, Nyerere, and other politicians paved the way for the establishment of Organization of African Union in 1963. After that time, after that date, we see Pan-Africanism left its heyday behind, because in the Cold War era, ideological conflict and dictatorial regimes of the new era, unfortunately left the idea of Pan-Africanism remained uncompleted, especially in the economic integration and political integration. So here, I like to give you some. I like to express and open the discussion with some intellectuals. I will start with Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden's contribution to Pan-Africanism is eminent. he is one of the founding fathers of the idea, Pan-Africanism. And he's a church man, actually. He's not a Muslim. But he makes some studies in the West Africa on West African Islam. And he connects West African Islam with Pan-Africanism. So it makes him actually a very interesting case. Edward Blyden found Islamic teachings less damaging to African culture. He openly says Christianity damaged the African culture, but Islam is less damaging. He travels to Liberia and Sierra Leone, and he contacts with the Muslim Africans in the West African countries. He travels pagan villages, Islamic villages, Christianized villages, and he wrote the book. Some books. He also read the Quran and openly says his admiration to the Quran and Islamic beliefs for the character building, support of the character buildings. Later, he takes the name Abdul Kerim Mukhtar. There are some claims that he became a Muslim after 1886 because he openly expressed his admiration to the Samori Tore. Samori Tore was a jihadi warrior. He fought against the French colonialists in the 19th century, and Edward Blyden openly accept admiration this Muslim leader Samori Tore. And very interesting, Sultan Abdul Hamid II, he awarded Edward Blyden with Mejide Medal in 1905 for his contribution to the Islamic education in West Africa. So this makes connection with Pan-Islam and Pan-Africanism. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go on this line further, but this is a very interesting case, meeting Pan-African figure and Pan-Islam figure. Malcolm X, of course, as a civil rights activist, he played an important role in the U.S. and later he became a very well-known activist all of the world. He criticized the racist system of white men openly. He traveled to Africa and the Middle East as well. He contributed to the development of the black nationalism in the UK, and Islamic notion of brotherhood was his central point actually on his speeches to the public. Like Blyden, Malcolm X also expressed the Islamic brotherhood as a central point in his case. After his assassination, Malcolm X also impacted Leroy Jones. Leroy Jones was an influential figure in the Harlem Renaissance movement. He converted to Islam by this influence and became Emiri Baraka. Ali Mazrui, he is also a Pan-Africanist. He has also a Pan-Africanist perspectives in his works. His work for BBC Africa, Triple Heritage, it's a well-known documentary and reflecting Pan-African perspective. Ali Mazrui was very critical to the post-independence challenges, but he accepted Pan-Africanism's success in ending the white rule, but he found it unsuccessful in economic and political integration. Mazrui suggests three types of Pan-Africanism. One is sub-Saharan, the second is the trans-Saharan, and the last one is the transatlantic, but he favors the Trans-Saharan Pan-Africanism because it is based on the Afro-Arab unity. Muammar al-Gaddafi, he is the last person I like to mention. He was an Arab nationalist, but later he became Pan-Africanist for some pragmatist reasons. He sought to revitalize the idea of African unity. He supported Black Panthers in the US and ANC in the South Africa. He suggested or he led to transformation of the African organization of African Union into the African Union after the Sirte Conference Summit in 1999. He advocated common African currency, common African army. He also suggested African dinar, some projects like that. So he was one of the Pan-Africanist figures in the continent. Muammar al-Gaddafi. Here, as a last, how many minutes I have?
Over 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, I'm just finishing, concluding. I'd like to ask a question. Muslim Islamic identity and Pan-Africanist identity. These identities, they will conflict or conciliate. Because Pan-Islam and Pan-Africanism emerged and developed in the colonial era. They have commonalities in the struggle against the white rule, European domination, and they both call the unity, Pan-Islam for the Muslims, Pan-Africanism for the Africans, and they also stand against the atrocities of the Western world. Of course, here the position of the African Muslims at the intersection of the Islamic world and the African world put them in an interesting position, unique position. The question whether Islamic principles can align with the foundations of the Pan-Africanism. This is the central question, actually, I like to ask, but I will not answer today. But important question, how this principle, Islamic principles, Islamic identity match with the African identity, can align or not? This is the central point. According to me, recent studies suggest there are considerable commonalities between these two. Although Pan-Africanism is a modern secular identity and Islam is the religious identity, they can answer together to some problems of the Muslims and the Africans and Muslim Africans. And Islam had strong impact on the Pan-African case, like I mentioned the Edward Blyden, and academicians Mazrui, activist Malcolm X, and Muammar al-Gaddafi. They all contributed to the case of Pan-Africanism. So the Islamic notion and the Pan-Africanist notion is the strong brothers. So they can work together and they can solve some problems together, according to my analysis. So for giving me this chance, I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadat, for your contribution. Before we move on to questions, I would like to apologize each of the speakers for obstructing, in the middle of your talks. But actually, I would not say unfortunately. Fortunately, we are in a congregation where we have got over 30 names, which are all an authority in their fields. So we would like the opportunity to listen to all of them. So somehow we are forced to remain in the time limits. So please, my apologies, humble apologies for that. And now questions, if you've got. Professor Sari.
amazing panel in the morning woke us up. To Mansour, Professor Mansour. Well, I think your genealogy of intellectual communities in North Africa, specifically, for me, it's really it's miss many points. Specifically, I was a little bit bothered when I saw Islamization, Islamic intellectual from marginalization to hegemony. I don't see where is the hegemony. Hegemony has in political science a specific connotation. It means that they dominate from bottom up or top down. So I don't see this. I mean, they were always one of political and social actors among others. What is make the hegemony is the authoritarianism. Authoritarianism really, which explain so much this landscape of intellectuals and how intellectuals in North Africa, they situate themselves with power against power, and we cannot understand this configuration by looking what, if you like, to the colonial factors. Take Codistria as example. Codistria is a leftist. Those who don't know what is Codistria, is a council for social science in Africa. Okay, so historically dominated by Marxists, and they exclude completely any intellectual from Islamic aspiration, and it's nothing to do with colonialism. This is really two elite formations that one of them at least clearly authoritarian. They don't want to converse with the other. So there is so the key word is the authoritarianism, and here the same for Surhat. How Pan-Africanism between these different actors, including Gaddafi. I mean, also you need to factor in the authoritarianism as something really to accept. Which Pan-Africanism we are talking about? If Gaddafi Pan-Africanism, no, we prefer this. I mean, a small state than one under Gaddafi ideas.
Professor Irfan and then Professor Farida.
So I just want to connect the theme of this panel to some of the discussion which happened yesterday. And my question is to Sarhad. If we look at the political aspect of Pan-Africanism, what resources can we get from there in terms of imagining alternative to the nation state? Because some of the recent works, like by Frederick Cooper, who is a historian interested in nation and nationalism. So he seems to be suggesting that in 1930s and 40s, these African leaders, they were not necessarily thinking of freedom from French or other colonial power in terms of constituting themselves into nation state. So can you shed some light about the fact that what are the elements in the Pan-Africanism which gestures towards a political formation which is something other than nation state? Thank you.
So I have a question for Dr. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. On the film. Yusuf, yes. Okay. And also for Dr. Orakcha later. Yusuf, I found very interesting talking about film, and I'm assuming you're speaking about the Orientalism in cinema. One question is, what are the characteristics of Orientalism that you see in the cinema that may be similar or different to what has been discussed in the academic work on Orientalism as seen in literature or in academic work? And that's one. And the other thing is, what about anti-colonial or anti-Orientalist, anti-colonial thought or anti-Orientalism in cinema? One work that I'm familiar with is Emilio Salgari, Sandokan. This is an Italian writer, novelist, whose writings were put to film. But interestingly, he was anti-colonial, and he portrayed, anti-British and I think also anti-French colonial attitude in his work and film. How much of that do we see in the cinema that you are looking at? And for Dr. Orakcha, the difference between, what would you say are differences between Pan-Africanism and negritude? The difference between Pan-Africanism and negritude, and who were the, I didn't get a sense of the central Muslim figures who can be said to be Pan-Africanists. You mentioned some names. This is very late. You mentioned, I think, mid-20th century people, Ali Mazrui and so on. But were there any earlier and more central central figures, or were Muslims mainly marginal to Pan-Africanism and also to negritude?
All right, thank you. I think we can have these answers and then we can have further questions if there are any. Professor Mansour.
Mr. Sir, my English is bad, but when is I have difficult, I speak. Oh.
I'm not sure if they're working. Yes.
Okay. My English, I apologize for you. My English is bad. You know. But I not said hegemonic. Temptation. Hegemonic. تحدثت محاولة الهيمنة. I can speak Arabic and you translate. تحدثت عن محاولة الهيمنة الإسلاميين. كل حزب يحاول، هذا من طبيعة الأمور، من طبيعة النضال السياسي. إذا ما ارتكلنا على مفهوم جرامشي في الهيمنة temptation تنطبق على التجربة الجزائرية. أكثر من 10 سنوات عانت الجزائر من الإسلاميين. عشنا الإرهاب وإلى آخره.
Okay. So he say.
Translate.
You've got a double job now. You'll translate and then you'll tell you.
Yeah, and I will translate selectively to defend my idea against him. He said he talked about attempt of hegemony. And in Gramscian, he used the word hegemony in Gramscian meaning. And Algeria suffered, for instance, 10 years of the hegemony of Islamists.
But in our society and society subsaharian, particularly in Algeria and Maghreb, Islamists lived in يعيش في المجتمع، يؤثر على المجتمع في التصرفات إلى آخره. In my contribution في مداخلتي مشكلتين. المثقف يعني العلماني أو الديمقراطي الذي فشل في مشروعه لأنه هو الذي قام بثورات تحريرية لإفريقيا عبر القارة، والإسلاميين ظهروا بعد سقوط جدار برلين. كانت هناك، ولكن ظهروا سياسيا في المجال السياسي.
So in North Africa, those who lead the independence are secularists. However, the Islamists emerged after the fall of the wall of Berlin.
المشكل الآن المثقف الديمقراط هذا اللي عاش قمع الدولة الوطنية يعيش الآن فيما يسمى ب infinitely conscious، الوعي التعيس. الوعي التعيس جاء به هيجل وطورها كولين ويلسون and de Certeau الفيلسوف and أشيل مامبي مودامبي إلى آخره. هو تمزق مع الواقع لم يجد. طيب من هجروا، من أدخلوا السجن إلى آخره. الآن الإسلاميين، المثقف الإسلامي يعيش كذلك نفس لأنه المشكل الذي سقط فيه المثقف الإسلامي أنه هو يطلب أنه سيقوم بمقاربة خارج المنطق الأوروبي، بينما يستعمل نفس المفاهيم. أن المشكل my idea, important idea at the time, research an epistemology of explore our condition, our reality, our society for emancipation and liberation, my people, our people.
So he's saying that the Islamists replicate what they did, the secularists and intellectual using European thought. So they replicate the same schema of thought, and he called for southern epistemology.
الآن لا نستطيع أن نقول أن يوجد مثقف لا في المغرب لا في الجزائر ولا في أفريقيا. لماذا؟ هم كل الدول في المغرب أو أفريقيا يوجد لنمس الحدود، بين الحدود يعني حتى حركة المثقف لا توجد حريات أكاديمية حتى في الجزائر. عرفناها مع الأسف من المفارقات، البارادوكس، عرفناها إذ بان العهد الاشتراكي، إذ بان بومدين كانت هناك حريات أكاديمية متروكة للجامعات. الآن ثم تقليص الحريات الأكاديمية، لا نستطيع أن نتكلم عنها.
And we cannot talk about unity of intellectuals in the North Africa because in any case there is no academic freedoms. Only it was if he talk about Algeria is only in a Boumediene time where it was some freedom of academic freedom, but so far you don't have mobility between intellectuals and there is no academic freedom.
بغض النظر عن العلاقة بين المثقف والسلطة اللي تعاني منها كل الدول أحيانا حتى في أوروبا، مشكلة المثقف المسلم أو العربي أو الذي ينتمي إلى الجنوب الساوث أنه يتخلص من إبستمولوجية الشمال، من الحداثة الغربية التي أنتجتها الأورومركزية. طيب الآن أعتقد أن بعض مثلا عندما نتكلم محمد شنقيطي عندما تكلم على نظرية العلاقات الدولية، في علاقات دولية تيارين المركزيين في ده أشيدوا بناء عن تيوسيديد حرب البيلوبوناز إلى آخره. لم تذكر لا الحضارة الصينية لا الحضارة الإسلامية لا إفريقيا لا غيرها. الآن جاء الوقت at this time to research build epistemology of South. South يعني to explore, permit to explore our condition, our reality, our society.
So he reiterate this problem of Eurocentrism that is you find it in the knowledge production in the North Africa. Thank you.
This tell us
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we had one question for you, so Dr. Yusuf, I think you can answer, and then because we have a couple of questions from Dr.
Says, okay. Actually, yes. Cinema started in 1895, but other notion, concepts, and stories and novels affected for cinema because cinema needs a draft and story draft, and generally story draft is affected by Orientalist notion, and when creating characters, cinema often turn to colonial novels, travel books, or fantasy-oriented stories like 1001 Nights, especially. But academic fields, academic works, there is no academic works before and 60s or 70s in global context. But in 50s or 60s started national cinema concepts in India. For example, as you know, director Raj Kapoor, yes, but I don't remember, sorry. And Turkish national cinema discussions is started by 60s, especially these dates after decolonialism process is starting. But there is no other works before independence and decolonization process, especially 50s, because before 50s, non-Western countries, there is no especially shoot by native directors. Generally, yes, in 1925, Egyptian cinema started, but Egyptian cinema has so many melodramas, but no anti-colonial movements and concepts to other Western cinemas. But 50s, 60s, yes, anti-colonial movements is getting more and gain some successions, and anti-colonial movements is started, especially Latin American movements, and Turkish cinema is started in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. As you know, Osman Sembele is father of African cinema, and Fernando Solanas is in Argentine. Yes, anti-colonial movements, anti-colonial cinema movements by these prominent film directors, etc., Osman Sembele. But academic works after 18 or 70s, because cinema department, there is no cinema department in these countries, but cinema departments started and founded. Yes, academic fields is working, especially anti-colonial movements, anti-colonial cinema movements. Thanks.
I am going to try to answer both of you professors for your questions. From idealistic way, actually Pan-Africanism has a very amazing potential, because Africa is a huge continent, 1.5 billion people, very abundant sources, resources. But unfortunately, at the economic and social development level, Africa is underneath of the average of the world. It is a very big paradox, and no one can answer this paradox rightly so far. Pan-Africanism actually can solve the half of the problem, not all. Because for the political integration, for example, for one African state, the nation states should leave their hegemony on the nations. So on the political level, I'm not hoping actually too much from Pan-Africanism. But at the economic and cultural level, there is a big potential for integration of Africans, especially at the economic level, because colonial era left a legacy which is still taking the sources of Africa free of charge. The neocolonialism still exploiting the African sources. So economic integration between African states is very crucial, and African free trade, continental free trade agreement and other imaginations, economic integration projects are very important for the continent. So on the political level, I'm not expecting too much, but the economic and the cultural levels can make some change, Pan-African ideas in the continent. So this is my realistic approach, actually. If you ask the contemporary Muslim contributors to the Pan-Africanism, actually I cannot give, I cannot say there are, because contemporary Muslim, African Muslims' connection with the Pan-Africanism is limited. Pan-Africanism is usually supported by the secular and leftist and other Marxist groups in the continent. So I cannot say African Muslims has strong emotions and strong connections with the Pan-Africanism, but according to me, they have to accept this reality and they have to see the potential of the Pan-Africanism, and they can interchange with this thought, so they can use this potential. This is my opinion, actually. So thank you. I hope this will be answered to your question.
Actually, we are a little over time, but we have got Dr. Yasin with us. Very briefly, if we can have his comments and Dr. Muqtada's, very briefly, please.
Thank you very much for all these presentations. I really were benefited from all the ideas. But I want to make an addition and some comment about Brother Mansour. He said about what happened in the 90s in Algeria, and he said approximately he said it was result of the hegemony of the Islamists, and it was surprising for me, of course, but whether there was a hegemony of any group, not only Islamism. There was no hegemony. There was civil war. There was a chaos. And when we talk about hegemony, that means that there was some foreign project is being implemented and it is practiced, and there was to be taken responsible about what's happened in Algeria, for example. I mean, Islamism was not in power and tried to come to power by elections, by electoral process, and it won all. It gained and achieved to come to power, but it was prohibited, or it was precluded from come to power to practice all its projects. I mean, there was no hegemony. The hegemony was the military hegemony, or the hegemony of some groups which were being manipulated, which were being directed by either focus, for example, political focus from abroad, for example, from the Gulf, from America, from France. But there was no. The only thing that was absent in that situation was the hegemony of Islamism. There was no Islamism there. How we can take it responsible for what happened? Of course, they have some aspirations. They wanted to come to power as anybody come. As it was very natural. Every political actor wants to come to power, of course. How can you, for example, prohibit somebody from coming to power, and for their efforts to come to power, and they preclude it, and you are responsible because you wanted the power. it is not something that to be asked from the Islamists. It's not fair, I think, that what you said about Islamists in Algeria. If you want, I can ask you in Arabic. يعني جدا انا يعني شوي استغربت ما انت قلت عن الهجموني السيطره الاسلاميين في العهد التسعينات. يعني في العهد التسعينات ما كانت المسؤول ما كان الاسلاميون حتى الاسلاميون ما استطاعوا ان يصلوا الى القوه نعم.
أنا لم أتحدث على الهيمنة، قلت محاولة.
Of course المحاولة
في إفريقيا
لكن المحاولة هي من طبيعة كل الفاعلين. شوف اسمح لي، شوف كل العاملين الذين يعني يلعبوا في سوريا يريدوا من طبيعة من حقهم أن يحاولوا أن يأتوا إلى الحكم. هذا من طبيعة الديمقراطية ومن طبيعة الوضع الحالي. يعني كيف أنت تمنعني، أنت تقول لا أنت لست الحق، ليس لك الحق أن تأتي إلى الحكم مثلا، أنت ممنوع من أن تطلب وتحاول أن تأتي إلى الحكم. يعني هذا من الحقيقة من الطبيعة. يعني
هذا حكم، أنا ألاحظ فقط، أنا من طبيعة تحليل أكاديمي. قلت هناك محاولة هيمنة الإسلاميين، محاولة. قلت
هيمنة إيش يعني هم تحت الحكم. كيف تقول هيمنة؟ أول شيء يريد الحق الحياة.
لا، في حاجة
الحق الحرية أول شيء.
مداخلة قصيرة لا أستطيع. أنا عايش في الجزائر.
نعم.
وكنت داخل وعايشنا.
ولا نحب الجزائر بكثير.
لا اسمح لي، مرحلة الإرهاب عشنا صعود جبل الإنقاذ، وكيف حاولت أن تهيمن على المجتمع. هذه محاولة، هذه رأينا احنا. انت رايك اخر، شيء اخر.
اي والله.
والله.
We can have a separate seminar with Dr. Yasin. Dr. Muqtada, please, very briefly your comments.
Assalamu alaikum. The last time I met Dr. Ali Mazrui was here in Istanbul, and the conference was about Ibn Khaldun. So I finished speaking, and then Ali Mazrui spoke after me, and he says, well, Muqtada said everything. I have nothing left to say, except that Muqtada didn't point out that Ibn Khaldun was an African. And so he made that point. So I turned to him and asked, did Ibn Khaldun think he was an African? So I think one of the idea of pan-Islamism or pan, is whether the subjects themselves see themselves as part of this. So I find your comparison interesting, but I would like you to throw in pan-Arabism also in that, because it's quite possible that Muslims in North Africa see themselves, even the Berbers, as pan-Arabist rather than pan-Islamic or pan-African. So I think if you make it a triad, it might be far more comprehensive, and perhaps you'll find more Muslim voices thinking of themselves as, African pan-Arabist, as opposed to African pan-Islamist or Islamic pan-African. That's all.
I agree with you, sir, because I have been in South Africa for some years and in Sudan for some years. In Sudan, for example, I never felt Pan-African move. I never felt it. But Pan-Islam was there. Pan-Islamic ideology was over there. In South Africa, for example, it was more Pan-Africanist, and the tone, the voice, the movements were more Pan-Africanist. So there is this difference, I know, on the north and the southern part of Africa. But I think they have to dialogue each other. Otherwise, they will conflict, and this conflict, this division, Arab and African, North and South divisions, can devastate Africa too much, and this will damage the continent, I think. So they have to dialogue each other. Yes, I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have a 15 minutes break, and we'll commence again at 12 sharp.
Okay. Let me to ask the first,
Ses ses. Ses deneme 1 2.
Professor Abdel Malik from Oxford University, and Professor Hakkı Akın from Istanbul Medeniyet University, and Professor Taha Eri from Kırklareli University. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I welcome everybody. I guess there is a small change in as far as moderators are concerned. So the names already announced, and I just would like to warn my speakers that you have only 20 minutes. And I guess I'll be very strict on that. Okay, so let me continue first with Professor Adel Malik, Oxford University. And the title of his presentation will be Social Justice in Islam, Perspectives in Moral and Political Economy. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. I have two apologies to make before I start. The first is that benefiting from the conversations yesterday, I slightly altered the topic of my presentation. And I want to talk a lot more about the economic dimension within the broader conversations we've been having since yesterday about Islamic revivalism, about the role of the Ummah, or you can talk about an alternative political imagination. And I think many of those discussions remain incomplete unless we take the economic dimension into account. The second apology I have to make in advance is that I'm an economist and I'm an intruder in this seminar because I don't have a background in Islamic studies per se. So what I'm going to present today are really musings of an economist. I have taught political economy in Oxford for the last 15 years. And through that experience, when I engaged with the moral economy of Islam, which I had to engage because I have a new book coming out on Islamic finance next year, the very short introduction published by Oxford University Press, and it has a second chapter on moral economy. And that gave me an opportunity to engage with the Islamic history and Islamic principles, and I'm going to present to you some of the explorations that came as part of it. So what I'm going to present today is really some ideas on the economics of solidarity. And when I think about the Islamic moral economy, one critical aspect that remains paramount, in my opinion, is the idea of circulation. Circulation of wealth, circulation of economic opportunity. And it's the sort of leitmotif of Islamic moral economy. Economic exchange for a very long period of time in the Muslim world has been considered as the sort of part of a divine order of circulation. And there are two key aspects of this circulation. One is the visible aspects. You're trading with another partner, and that's trade. The other is the invisible aspect, where you trade with God through charity. And these two forces, trade and charity, have remained key agents of Islamic civilization over time. I can provide many examples, but if you think about the Damascene tradition, but the same tradition exists in South Asia and in Uzbekistan, a whole range of Muslim societies where Muslim traders were willing to forego profits in lean periods because they thought they would not like to disrupt the divine order of circulation. So they considered themselves as part of a larger chain of circulation. And when I started delving into the history of the emergence of Islam in Arabia, it provided me some very interesting perspectives about political economy, about the institutional innovations that were already beginning to take place in pre-Islamic Arabia before the advent of Islam. A lot of you obviously know about the sanctity of Mecca, the notion of the haram. And fundamental to that notion is the idea of the sanctity of trade, because haram designated the time and the area where the life and property of visitors was safe. So it was very much an economic institution that converted Mecca into a safe space for trading, a sanctuary for people, and facilitated the movement of people and goods. So it was really the creation of a safe space, a stable space, that then created conditions for peace and trade. Now, Mecca in that time was home to two key innovations before the advent of Islam in broader political economy terms. Economy at that time was obviously dominated by robbery and raiding. Robbery of trade and raiding of trade caravans was very common. So the first instrument that came into place was the notion of hilf, these alliances with other tribes, where you would ensure that if one particular tribe is bringing goods, you don't raid each other's tribes. But this was still very much specific to the two parties to an alliance, right? And this was institutionalized by the famous Quraysh leader, Qusay ibn Kilab, who created this solidarity-induced trade, this alliance-based trade. We treat each other's caravans well. And on the side, he created social institutions to deal with the disparities brought by trade. So rifada, feeding the pilgrims, sekaya, providing water, sadaqah, providing voluntary alms for the needy. But a key institutional innovation which took place in an incremental way was really the economy of İLAF. And here Qusay's grandson, Hashim ibn Abdul Manaf, made two further institutional innovations that, in my opinion, radically changed the fortunes of Mecca and converted it into a center of gravity for regional trade. The first one was that he made trade finance participatory, which meant that if you are a small merchant, you can still participate in this long-distance trade. The second, he went up to Syria and spoke with the key tribes there and said, look, you provide us security when we bring goods to the Syrian market. In return, we will take your goods to other market fairs that we visit. So this was a very innovative experiment because it meant that the Meccans were providing market access to the Syrians in exchange for the safety and security that would be provided to them. This expanded the scope of the market considerably. And in a way, it created a competition for other tribes to foster similar trading arrangements with the Meccans. And in the modern day parlance, I really think of these really as regional trade agreements, creating these larger space for trade, creating huge market access, providing a new framework for economic cooperation, and creating a larger solidarity. However, this particular process obviously, much like in today's world, wherever you have trade integration, there are growing inequalities. And the society has to deal with those particular inequalities. So there was concentration of economic power, a lot of surplus capital being generated. Some people have a lot more money to lend, so usually became an issue, concentration of slave labor. And this meant that Mecca's political institutions, social institutions were unable to deal with the new social tensions created by this trading order. And therefore, Mecca's polity was increasingly fragmented and racially differentiated. This is the stage where we see a real move from polytheism to monotheism. And this move, as a political economist, I feel, is a move from a very closed access economic order that is beginning to open up through these trade agreements to a really open access economic order where monotheism became the common code of economic exchange. And of course, a lot of the social conflict in Mecca at the time was around who controls religious symbols, right? And what is the economic market around the control of those religious symbols? This is still true if you go to Iraq, you look at who controls these shrines. If you look at Saudi Arabia, right? In a lot of these religious places are places where mosque and the market are coexisting, right? And so economic dimension is absolutely critical. So in this institutional milieu, what monotheism did and the arrival of Islam effectively performed a very important function. It substituted the authority of the clan with the authority of the god. And it created the protection of trade and the promotion of charity to a next level. It took it out from the mold of tribal benevolence to a larger space that's open to everyone, irrespective of your tribal affiliation. And so market, therefore, becomes a fundamental element of early Islamic model economy, not in the way in which the capitalists or the socialists or Marxists would define market. A lot of the debate in the Muslim world has remained stuck in those binaries. But in the Islamic conception, if you think about one of the very few articles published on the market in Medina, which talks about how Prophet Muhammad set up a market in Medina, one of the first things he did was to create that market and say, this is your market, do not set up sections in it, do not impose taxes for it. Now, these are two very important questions, because effectively what he said is that I want a market that is autonomous and that is participatory. Because in Medina, there was another market that was controlled by the Jews. It was not open. It was not participatory, right? And some of the dilemmas of modern Muslim world, which I might, if I have time to talk about today or in the Q&A session, is effectively about who controls the market, whether it's autonomy, whether it has autonomy and participation or not. But of course, market exchange, therefore, is absolutely central for the way we think about Islamic civilization, because they offered material and moral produce. And in fact, the Prophet described the market as al-suq al-sadaqa. It's considered as a charitable endowment. Now, to this audience, I don't need to spend a lot of time thinking about how this institutional order and trading order were so heavily interlinked. There are participants here from Africa, from Southeast Asia, from South Asia. They would all recognize that the diffusion of Islam in these large parts of the world happened through the agency of many of these religious orders, and especially Sufi merchants. We talk about the Silk Road, the Indian Ocean being the Muslim lake, the trans-Saharan trade routes. Wherever these religious figures moved, they moved together with the market exchange. And of course, the Hajj was a critical element in this long-distance trade because they created a larger social and economic connectivity with very different distant lands. And one Sufi order that has really fascinated me is the Sanusiya trading order, because effectively the founder of that order was resident in Mecca and Medina for a prolonged period of time, studied the model, the early Islamic model, and replicated in the trans-Saharan region. And while replicating it, they chose a space that was far from the eyes of the centralized state, which was the Ottoman state at the time, and situated themselves strategically on the boundary of big tribes who were often fighting with each other. And then they created trading establishments, educational establishments, waqf, whole range of institutions, really, which you would describe them as precursors of a modern state. And you find echoes of that in different parts of the world. In Kashmir, for example, the Mir Sayyid Ali Hamdani of Kashmir talked about the sort of karga, the craft workshops, and the Sufi hospices, the khanqa, being two sides of the same coin. Now, this means that the Islamic civilization created what I called solidarity at scale, right? It's kind of larger ethics of solidarity. It was globalization before its time, before Fernand Braudel talked about trade being a cooperative device that brings people together. It created mutual interdependence, and it dispensed, and this is very important in present-day world, it dispensed with the idea, with the zero-sum idea of trade, right? So either I gain and you lose, or vice versa, right? And this meant that beyond the zero-sum view of trade, there was embodied exchange. People would travel, they would marry, they would create long-term relationships, there would be commitment and trust, there would be what we describe as mutually binding reciprocal obligations, right, which are absolutely critical for maintaining societal harmony. Now, of course, there's a lot of contemporary relevance for some of the ideas that I'm talking about. There's this fascinating book by Ara Norenzayan on big gods, where he talks about the way in which these monotheistic, the large monotheistic religions, allowed cooperation at scale. And if you look at three key trends in contemporary global political economy, and the way in which Islam as civilization offers interesting inputs into some of these challenges. The three challenges that we face today is partly the toxic discourse on trade. There's geopolitical competition between China and the United States, the technology and trade wars. We are entering into an era of from hyper-globalization to deglobalization. Now, that again is a zero-sum view of the world that the Muslim civilization dispensed with. The second is xenophobic nationalism, where the question of race, migration, ethnic differences are profound. And the way in which the early moral and economic order in the Islamic civilization tried to solve that question at a scale. And thirdly, the idea of egregious inequalities, growing inequalities, a lot of evidence in recent years about growing inequality in the West, in particular, between the haves and have-nots. And again, you find some interesting ingredients to think about those questions. So to conclude, I mean, I've got another interesting idea in that book chapter, which I was talking with my colleague Salman yesterday, is about thinking about usury. And I think when we think about usury, our understanding is extremely limited. And I feel as an outsider, as somebody who's not trained in Islamic studies, I feel we haven't even begun to understand the full import of what the concept of usury is about. Because it is not just about the banking or the credit relations. It's actually a proposition of power, right? Who controls credit is powerful. And so it's about the inordinate power of the moneylender, the exploitative social and economic structure, the dispossession and disempowerment. So it's ultimately about freedom and sovereignty. And many of the relationships between the countries of the North and the countries of the South are today relations of unequal economic power, unequal debt relations, right? And economic statecraft, there's a lot of literature in IR and political science recently which talks about economic coercion and economic statecraft being such an important element in controlling the destiny of these nations. So to conclude, I want to draw out a few contemporary implications of what I'm talking about. First, I think all the discussion that we were having yesterday, I felt as an economist, a very interesting, insightful discussion, but one that is extremely incomplete without the economic dimension. Because we can talk about Islamic revivalism, ummah, alternative political imagination, but without the creation of economic commons, you cannot have an alternative political imagination in the Muslim world. The second submission is that when we think about solidarity, and I gave you many examples about economics of solidarity, the question of solidarity and the question of sovereignty are interrelated. There is no independence without interdependence, right? And that is an extremely important point. The third submission that I would like to make is that in a way, the borders created modern nation states and gave them a false sense of sovereignty, that you are independent. You can foster economic ties wherever you want. Nothing could be farther from the truth. In fact, borders have become sovereignty contesting elements in the present world. And its main reason is that if all these borders in the Muslim world were autonomous, decentralized political domains that had represented the will of the people, they could have become a larger union. But the problem then comes back to a Lebanese colleague when he talked about authoritarian order, right? Because these are centralized regimes that undermined sovereignty of the people, which effectively meant that these nations couldn't come together. So to conclude, if you're thinking, let's say, about the Arab world, any question that you think about the Arab world today, whether it's unemployment, whether it's political openness, whether it's other forms of independence, you cannot create it, as I've argued in some of my articles, without a regionally integrated merchant class, right? And the problem with that regionally integrated merchant class is that there is a strong political dynamic working against it, because there's political economy of protectionism. Borders create new rent streams for those actors who are tied to the palace, who are tied to the royal court, and who monopolize most of the economic opportunities. They would lose from an opening up. And the second is a geopolitical logic, where if there's growing integration amongst most of these societies, it will create a very different geopolitical dynamic, because trade, whether in historic or contemporary terms, always has geopolitical prospects. You know, the country where we're sitting in, Turkey, before the reforms in 1980s and the opening up of the Anatolian frontier in economy, and the move of people and firms from the margins to the mainstream, you could not see a different foreign policy or a different kind of posturing of Turkey. So trade always has political and geopolitical consequences. And that's why when we talk today about connectivity, a lot of the talk really is clash of connectivities, these competing visions about connectivity. Who can connect with whom is not a prerogative of many of these states on their own. So we can continue to talk a lot more, but I'll beg leave, and I hope to have more discussion about this in the Q&A session.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we will have question and answers at the end of the session. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, İLKE Akın from Istanbul Medeniyet University in Istanbul, Turkey. Two contributions to philosophy of history in 20th century Muslim thought, Malik bin Nabi's and Aliya İzzet Begoviç's approaches. Please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we got it. Thanks. Yes. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, dear brothers and sisters. I would like to thank my dear colleague Lütfi Sunar, who invited me here, and I wrote some articles, I think 4 articles for these volumes, and 2 of them was about Malik bin Nabi's and Aliya İzzet Begoviç's thought, and also the supporter institutions. Thank you very much having me here today. Yesterday, Muqtadir Khan had a critic. I attach an importance to his critic because when we talk about Muslim world, if we tell our problems in a way of just epistemological or theoretical way, this is not enough for explain the whole picture, because we need to go datas and the reality of the historical and sociological basic things, and this is also important for me as a sociologist. But I accept that my presentation, I can critique myself as well. It's an epistemological and philosophical way that I will follow. But the philosophy of history is one of the stars of modern sociology we know, from Ibn Khaldun and Montesquieu and so on. Some Eastern and Western philosophers that we can follow. Here I'm going to compare 2 names, Malik bin Nabi and Aliya İzzet Begoviç, as you see here. I accept them 20th century, the thinkers, intellectuals of 20th century. This is also aims that I want to share you with a methodological perspective, because when we talk about the problems of Muslims in 19th century, we are talking about different conditions. And also in 20th century, we are talking about different conditions. And also here we can follow that these two intellectuals comes from different geographies, and also they had different effects on them. We also consider that, and this is an important thing, and also we have to consider the limits of their social, historical, geographical, and also philosophical effects and limits. You know, in 19th century, one of the main problems that Muslim thinkers deal with, it was, is Islam an obstacle to progressivism? You know, they had so many, they wanted to answer that questions, and also they went back through from 11th century to 15th century, and they wrote about how Muslims were very successful at science and technical growing, so on. But also, this question was aiming that Muslims are not in the history. And when you answer that question from that point, I mean the 11th to 15th century, you also get a trouble about being nostalgical and romanticism. These are traps also, I think. If we follow that way of thinking, we cannot go out from that trap. This is important, and I attach an importance to these intellectuals because of that. They concerned with their own reality and their own historical situation, and also they wanted Muslims to rejoin the history again for all, for benefit of all humanity again. We can follow from here. I'm going to give some information about Malik bin Nebi's views, and then Ali İzzet Begoviç's views, and compare their views. The basic law of change or transformation, we can use that concept as well. Malik bin Nebi, that is the point for him, and all his systematic thought based on this ayat. Verily, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. Ra'd Surah, 11th ayat. This is very important, and also I saw Ali İzzet Begoviç has referred to this ayat as well. This is why important, because if we want to rejoin to history, we must change. It is an obligation. As Muslims, we must change. It's an obligation. And this was maybe the action point of this mentality. According to Malik bin Nebi, this ayat refers to Sunnatullah, the absolute and fundamental law of change. This is a way of nomothetic understanding of social reality as well. We can follow from Malik bin Nebi, and he chose his examples from the history and also the Islamic history, and he wants to justify that view as well. This divine and absolute law applies to all people, Muslim or non-Muslim. Also, this can explain why we are in that condition now or for 3 centuries or 4 centuries. He was affected by Ibn Khaldun and Arnold Toynbee. Also, we need to consider that limits and new original interpretations of their ideas. Here we can see the culture and civilization concepts. You know, they are the main concepts of the philosophy of history. And yesterday we got some speeches, and they also touched Turkey, the experience of Turkish history and Turkish social change, especially the secularism. As you know, the Ziya Gökalp, one of the founder of sociology in Turkey, he also defined these 2 concepts in Turkey and before the Republican era, and after that we can follow the all revolutions was accepting his ideas about that concepts. So this is very important. If we look Malik bin Nebi's conceptualization of these 2 concepts, he accepts an ascent and evolution from culture to civilization. If you read Arnold Toynbee, he also emphasizes that evolution as well. Culture is a concept that encompasses naming objects, using them, attitudes, and behaviors. This is a level. This is the first level. But civilization, on the other hand, aims to reach abstract and generally applicable principles. This is the difference. It is a state of balance between material and spiritual elements. So we can follow from here, this is an evolution from culture to civilization, and civilization is on the culture, and also it contains the culture. According to him, prophets are civilization founders, and also we can say not just founders, but also they are civilization members with their mission about the prophetness. Their struggle against Jahiliyyah aims to change history and society. Here we can follow his one critic about Muslim world, Muslim societies. Most of his examples refers to Jahiliyyah as a concept here. But also this is a cultural level for Malik bin Nebi, not a civilization level, a cultural level. Jahiliyyah represents the type of society dominated by thing-person despotism. This is very original, I think very original conceptualizations of, one of conceptualizations of Malik bin Nebi. That also produces ideology or paganism. Powerful and rich elites are respected. The powerful are heroized and turned into a cult. So people don't get an abstract and principle level because of this. They see, they name, they had attitudes, they had also behaviors, and they had a meaningful world that they lived in. But they cannot evaluate to a civilization level. Prophets oppose the alienation produced by this cultural reality. For this reason, they often disturb the rich and powerful elites of the culture of ignorance. prophets try to establish more principles for the good of all in society. They don't get their worth or their power from richness nor the other political positions, so on. They got their worthy and also power from these moral principles, which was related on Tawhid and to Allah. Last century, 20th century, where was we? What was our condition? Malik bin Nabi interprets that Muslims in a pre-civilization period. Muslims have been living in the pre-civilization period during for 3 or 4 centuries. Muslims need to change in micro individual level, and macro, social and global dimensions in order for a civilizational move to begin again. The despotism of things and people, consumerism, and limitation lead Muslim societies to remain in a pre-civilized state today we still have been living. And also, this is another important thing that he underlined, staying out of history. Undoubtedly, one of the most important concepts he developed is colonizability, or colonizability in English. It is easy and convenient to make a scapegoat out of the colonizer. But even if this acceptance is correct, it is also incomplete and problematic, because we need to and we must see the other face of the thing. Colonizability is a kind of realistic self-criticism. Becoming colonizable and accepting the situation is immoral. Both Ali Izzet Begovic and also Malik bin Nabi, they write and think about this immoral crisis of Muslim societies. This is very important also, because all colonizers have easily found adherents in the societies they exploit. And we can follow Ali Izzet Begovic's concepts of philosophy of history and also culture and civilization. It is different. There are some similarities and also different ways of thinking and accepting. Here we can see. Culture and civilization, 2 basic concepts of the philosophy of history we know, are important objects for Ali Izzet Begovic as well. He wrote in Islam Between East and West, there is a part that named culture and civilization. According to him, everything related to human beings involves opposition. Matter versus ideal, body versus spirit, world versus afterlife or hereafter. 3 worldviews have existed until now and no more: religious, materialist, and Islamic. Religious worldview bodied in Christianity, and also materialist worldview we can follow from Judaism, and the other one is Islamic. It is not a synthesis, but the third way of this reality. It accepts both of them, religious reality, religious truth, and also the materialist and physical reality of the world and human beings. Here we can see a different interpretation of Ali Izzet Begovic, because he differs these 2 concepts, culture and civilization, because when, remember Malik bin Nabi, he accepts culture first and then an evolution goes through the civilization. There are connection between, and also civilization contains the cultures, not a culture, cultures. Alija Izetbegovic was affected by German philosophy, and especially Oswald Spengler, and his book, The Decline of the West. While culture derives its source from the human spirit, civilization emerged from the human relationship with nature through technique. So these goes to other sources of human reality, the human truth. Believing that the stone is sacred and using it as a tool point to two opposite aspects of human reality. First assumption refers to culture, and the second to civilization. What about Western civilization and our condition, our Muslims' condition in 20th century? Here we can find an original interpretation of Alija Izetbegovic, Western civilization and its materialistic characteristic also he was emphasizing, and he was underlining that a paradigm transformation is so important. Here we can understand him. According to him, Western civilization is based on the transition from Michelangelo's man to Darwin's man. This is so important because this is the changing history of Western societies and also Western politics and Western economy, whatever. As a peace servant aware of his tragedy, Michelangelo's man doesn't belong to his world. Here we can go another important concepts of Alija Izetbegovic, that drama. And on the other hand, Darwin's man is an animal that has evolved in nature. He belongs entirely to this world. So, and also we can follow that Darwin's man based on the concept that absolute nature. If we accept that absolute nature, we go that Darwin's man, and we have to accept that kind of animal. So he is less cultural and more civilized. Here we can follow the opposite concept of drama, utopia. I am finished. Thank you. Utopia. All totalitarian regimes in 20th century was following utopias. Also fascism, Nazism, and also the communism. And here we can follow an effect on him because he lived in a communist regime in Yugoslavia, you know. Of course, we should underline that Tito's regime was different from Stalinism, but also we must see that Alija Izetbegovic forced to prison nearly 9 years in that regime as well. So twice, of course, and 2 times. Thank you, Admiral Osmanovic is here. The Islamic Declaration and the Islam between East and West, 2 main his works, you know, his books. We can follow this conceptualization of philosophy of history from that books. History doesn't change without effort. This is so important, and we can see that war in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Alija Izetbegovic's effort is still so important for all Muslim countries and Muslim societies and also human beings, whatever, if they are non-Muslims. Muslim societies have been culturally divided, modernists, seculars versus conservatives and traditionalists. This makes Muslims also, they have been staying out of the history because of this divinity. These two books includes a message or an invitation to all Muslims. Muslims need to reassume their role in history for the benefit of not just Muslims, all humanity. Because they did that before, and they can do, and they must do again. This is a question I noted from his works. Would you be a moral alternative for all humanity? Because the first tradition and the other generations, first generation of the Muslims and other generations also, they presented moral alternative to all humanity, and this is the one part of Muslim history. And I'm finishing with that. What about 21st century? What about us? Just repeating these intellectuals and their concepts, their discussions, of course it is problematic, just repeating. Even though their contributions and discussions are valuable, they need to be evaluated on their own terms. This is so important because we should consider that 20th century's political condition, economical condition, and sociological or historical conditions were different from 21st century. Contributions need to continue. This is important also, taking into account the new century and new circumstances. It is necessary to go beyond mere reflexive criticism and opposition to Western civilization, not just reactions. And also, we have to grow alternatives. Instead of nostalgia and romanticism, Muslims need to be aware of the past, present, and future together. History is not only about the past. I'm going to finish my presentation with Ali Izetbegovic, that quote. He said this, I think, during Bosnian War. Allah decides what happens in history. We only choose our moral position. Choosing is not a pacifism, a way of pacifism. Choosing contains efforts to be in act, and this is so important quote that I want to share with you. Thank you for your patience. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm having a hard time to stop myself from making comments. Very interesting topic, but just let me ask you to think about this, because so many Muslim thinkers in the late centuries, why they discuss these two concepts, culture and civilization. Why? And then we proceed to our next speaker. We have here from Kırklareli University, Taha Eğri, and then he will address us on this topic, challenges of state building and institutionalization in the Middle East Egyptian experience.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to give my speech here, and to use the time effectively, I will read the paper. So the concept of the state building and historical background, actually Professor Malik gave some historical background and gave some connection to the modern time, and maybe I contribute to his finishing point to there. So the concept of the state is complex and multifaceted, encompassing administrative, judicial, rule-making, and coercive powers. The state's recognition as an entity traces back to European political thought, with Machiavelli as one of the early proponents. However, it was in the 18th century that the concept of state was defined and redefined by a series of thinkers, culminating in Max Weber's influential notion of the state as a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within given territory. In the context of the Middle East, there has been a historical expectation that Middle Eastern states should possess a similar structure, role, and trajectory as Western states. This expectation includes the assumption that Middle Eastern states should increase their power over society in wars, like Western states, and decrease in line with the contemporary. Western consensus that markets are better allocators of the resources than central planners. This perspective also leads to analyze the strength and weakness of the Middle Eastern states based on their taxing or war-making powers and their abilities to penetrate and reshape their societies as their European counterparts did. However, a counter-position argues against the appropriateness of the Western-type states for the Middle East, contending that they lack roots and cultural meaning and are therefore bound to perform poorly and exacerbate government difficulties. This viewpoint emphasizes the different historical circumstances under Middle Eastern states came into existence and their distinct relations to most of their citizens, suggesting that their further development cannot be predicted solely in European models. It is essential to note the conceptual difference between state, regime, and government, particularly in Middle Eastern context, even though these distinctions are blurred in practice. The Arab countries, for example, can be considered lying on spectrum, with Egypt at one end, and where the distinction between state, regime, and government most apparent, and those of the Gulf at the other hand, where these entities are closely identified. The process of the state formation in the Middle East, involving the creation of new sovereign entities and new centers of power and control, has been predominantly the work of the 20th century. This historical context further emphasizes the Middle Eastern states' unique development and characteristics distinct from their Western counterparts. To fully comprehend the present state of institutionalism in Middle Eastern state, it is crucial to delve into the historical context and that has molded these institutions over time. The Middle East past is marked by intricate power dynamics, conflicts, and rivalries among its states. They have influenced the formation of power structures, the distribution of resources, and establishment of norms and values within these states. Moreover, colonization by European powers in the 19th and 20th century further shaped the institutional landscape of the Middle East. The imposition of Western political system and bureaucratic structures, the extraction of resources, and the marginalization of the local population left a lasting impact on the development of institutions in the region. Theoretically, countries with weak institutions are more fragile and exposed to macroeconomic shocks and fluctuations. Accordingly, weak institutions cannot impose sufficient restrictions on the people in charge, and rapid changes led to instability. The advantages of holding political power led to a competition and internal conflicts. In an environment of weak institutions, it becomes challenging to manage partnerships as business and contracts are based on trust rather than formal structures. Politicians acting in the interests of the groups they belong to increases this instability and causes many investments to be directed towards sectors that can be quickly excited. While explaining the relationship between economic and political institutions and how this affects economic outcomes, the assumption is that institutions have hierarchical structure. According to this structure, political power determines the political institutions, and political institutions decide the emergence of economic institutions and their type. Financial institutions assess output and future resource allocation. Economic institutions inherent in society are determined primarily according to their financial results because of the collective preferences of the community. However, different institutional demands arise since not all individuals or groups make the same economic choices. Changes in resources distribution caused by other institutions will create a conflict of interest between groups, creating a debate about how economic institutions should be. It depends on political power of which institution will be made by demands of which groups. The group that will hold the political power will ensure the establishment of economic institutions in line with its demands. Based on this theoretical approach and the problems in forming the modern state structure I mentioned earlier, we can find answers to many current questions by evaluating Middle Eastern countries and even many other Muslim countries. It is seen that the state bureaucracy, which began to take shape in post-colonial period, acts security-centered to maintain their authoritarian structures. The political structure that emerged as a one-man or one-party regime also built an economic structure that ultimately pursued its interest. The free market regime in Egypt, which was maintained in parallel with British interests, was transformed into Arab socialism with the Nasser coup in 1952. With his nationalization strategy, Nasser met the cost of political consolidation and eliminated his economically powerful opponents. In post-Nasser era, Sadat accommodated a pragmatic transition to the market economy, was made to attract petrodollar capital to Egypt and establish relations with the Western world. However, this transition was in many ways theatrical. A similar policy was pursued for 3 decades under Mubarak. Behind this stage of pragmatic capitalism, the military has taken over the economy, entering an economic activity far beyond the defense industry. The military is the industrial service company for Egypt. The military-industry complex, a term coined by US President Eisenhower, can be used literally for the Egyptian army. The military, which produces everything from pasta to tank parts and generates 40 to 70% of Egypt's national income, does not hesitate to use all political means to protect his economic power. Finally, after ruling the country with a military council for nearly 2.5 years after Arab Spring, they regained power with bloody coup after a short civilian interlude. The economy and politics continue to be militaristic in the last 70 years of Egypt's history. We can give similar examples for Syria and Iraq or Pakistan or Algeria maybe. So I would like to criticize also some Muslim thoughts, specific economic ideas, departing from the paper's framework to some extent. First, the authoritarian regimes that emerge with the influence of colonial powers without a natural process in formatting the modern state mechanism have prevented the development of political and civil life. As frequently mentioned in the literature, with the rentier state theory, oil revenues have also enabled the continuation of this authoritarian order for many Middle Eastern countries. For Egypt, the source of rent has been capital inflow through foreign aid and debt. In the case of Egypt, we can easily observe how the economic system is organized to sustain political order. Secondly, I would like to add some criticism to the Islamic economics debate that have emerged as a search for an alternative economic system. So, with this Congress idea of contemporary Muslim thought, I would also add criticism about the current debate on Islamic economics. Today's global world is undoubtedly dominated by the financial capitalism. China has also been included in this financial trend that rose after the 1970s. It will not be wrong to say that the Muslim world also is fully integrated into the global system. The foundation of Islamic economics thought were laid by the 1970s by Muslim scholars who worked intensively, devotedly, and idealistically in this field and worked with an effort to create a new system by the belief system of post-colonial Muslims. Founding, theoretical, and ideological aspects of Islamic economics characterize the scholarly efforts in this period. These studies, which form the conceptual definition and content of the field of Islamic economics, have been fundamental and pioneering studies in determining the framework and subheadings of the field. However, contrary to the theoretical and ideological efforts in the first period, by the 1990s, it seemed that academic studies were carried out in banking rather than the conceptual and systematic discussions of Islamic economics thought. These years, interest-free banking has been flourished in parallel with scientific studies. The rapid growth in countries with dense Muslim populations and the accumulation of dollar reserves in the hands of oil-producing Islamic states have inevitably increased the need for the study of financial issues. Islamic economics emerged with the idea of banking being an alternative to the dominant economic understanding. Still at this point, with interest-free banking and Islamic financial studies, quote-unquote, the field has been limited to search for alternative solutions to meet the existing financial demand. Undoubtedly, the growth and development expectations of developing countries at the macro level and the capital needs of small entrepreneurs at the micro level are related to health exploration of financial system. Interest-free banking activities have also taken their place in the sector for the economic needs of Muslims. On the other hand, confining Islamic economic studies, which should be in search of a holistic system, to banking will not benefit the Islamic world in the long run. The deepening of the financial system and the production of financial instruments almost identical to conventional instruments within the Islamic banking system financialize the Islamic economic studies and turn them into Islamic finance. Such instruments, which ensure the continuity of the capitalist system and integrate Muslims into the system, pose dangers for the future. The identification of finance with Islamic economics and its reduction in the demand for free interest-free transaction led to the establishment of other basic postulates of mainstream economics in the minds of Muslim individuals. The basic assumptions of modern microeconomics, such as consumption habits, rationality, or the profit motive, are normalized in this sense. Incorporating modern financial engineering into Islamic economics research has led to rapid growth of the banking sector. It should not be forgotten that banking activities are profit-oriented, not social-oriented. This purpose is also reflected in Islamic banking activities. In this context, even though it's a somewhat harsh criticism, I think that the economic pursuits in the Muslim world today cannot go beyond the capitalist framework. Even in development and environmental issues, Western literature is transformed and reproduced. In summary, I attribute the contemporary problems in Islamic world to lack of institutionalization and the wrong construction of the social contract that constitutes states. Incomplete institution and authoritarian regimes through various means are main obstacle to innovative and critical thinking in our current societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. According to the schedule, we have 10 minutes for questions and answers, unless we extend it a little bit further. So, because in the afternoon, we have more open space. I don't know if there will be a lunch break or so, Zuhur prayer and things like that. So any questions and comments? Let's see. Okay, please go ahead. Introduce yourself first and institution, and then you can ask your question.
I'm Muqtada Khan. I teach at the University of Delaware. And I have two questions, one for the first and the second speaker. Perhaps even the third speaker can address the first question. So you're familiar with the debate in the economic field of the great divergence debate, right? The great divergence debate says that in around 15th century, both China and Europe were economically equally developed. And then what happened in the next 300 years, that the West became dominant and China went down. So a Turkish economist called Timur Kuran came up with another theory of great divergence. He looks at 11th century Muslim world and then comes to the 18th century. And he argues that it is the Islamic Sharia which is responsible for the backwardness and underdevelopment of the Middle East. Not the entire Muslim world, it's only the Middle East. He shows with statistical arguments and a lot of data that the way Islamic institutions did not reform. In the early years, they were responsible for economic development, but then they became responsible for economic underdevelopment. So my question to you, sir, is that how can we talk about revivalism without actually having an empirical analysis of the cause of what Malik Ben Nabi says, we became colonizable, like what happened to our economic institutions, that it went on a decline, etc. My second question, I'm a big fan of Malik Ben Nabi, and as you have realized, I like the question about colonizability. But I think the problem with, because that is such a clever question, the way he phrased it excites people who are interested in revival, right? So people like you and me read it and say, but you know, that should be over because most of the Muslim world has been independent for half a century at least. So the question is, what are we doing today that still makes us colonizable, because the Gaza war is still about colonizing the entire Middle East with the Abrahamic Accords, etc. So those are my two questions.
Okay, please go ahead. Dr. Malik first, or yeah, please.
Thank you for this question. I know Timur Quran very well. He's done some interesting and provocative work. I do not particularly agree with his thesis. Islamic law could be, I'm not denying the fact that Islamic law cannot shape development. But firstly, his argument is not empirical. He is using some historical records to create a larger argument, which is a causal argument, that Islamic law causes this. But there is a lot of social science work that tells us that law is ultimately endogenous to politics, right? In his recent book, he talks a bit more about politics, but a lot of his arguments about the Waqf, the way the Waqf operated, and maybe became stagnant over time, his argument about the difficulty of private enterprise, they've all been debated, and there are many different views. I actually wrote a full paper as a critique of his argument, a friendly critique of his argument, which is available as a working paper, where I talk about the way in which law is ultimately endogenous to politics, and unless you look at the larger political economy structures, you will miss a big point. There's also other work by Kenneth Pomeranz and others, historians, who talked about the great divergence in terms of China. And there are also Islamic studies scholars or historians who've looked at the Islamic world, and they also disagree quite a lot with Quran's argument. But I think he has provided us a provocative framework to think about these questions. There's a related question about whether we should compare a politically fragmented space that Europe was with a land-based empire, because the political economy of land-based empire is very different. If anything, the Middle East or the Ottoman Empire at that time should have been compared to China or many other such places. So I think it's a kind of rehashing using the modern political economy jargon of an Orientalist description. Charles Isavi and others talked about the role of Islamic law, but the salience, the analytical salience that Quran provides is debatable. But it's obviously one of the arguments. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I'm going to answer your questions refer to these two intellectuals. For Malik bin Nabi, I think we are still in pre-civilization period as well today. But defining a problem and conceptualization, original conceptualizations are not, they are important. We attach importance to them because defining the problem is maybe the basic level, what you solve problems after that. But we haven't solved. In this situation, we have so much more tools, and also these two intellectuals as well, they contributed to tradition of thinking, I think. So this is important, but we haven't solved, because we mustn't forget that two intellectuals have political dimensions as well. And if politics, if economics and science, social sciences or natural sciences, whatever, if they don't include that process, we cannot achieve what we want. And on the other hand, Ali Izzet Begovic, in one of his speeches, I think maybe in Islamic Conference Organization or something like that, with Muslim politicians and intellectuals were there, he said one thing. When I was 21 years old, first president, that in 1946 by communist regime, I said to myself, communism will be collapsed and Islam will be an alternative for all humanity. And then he adds, one of my predictions, yes, I was correct. But the second one, I'm wrong. Why? Because we are still in, of course, we have some intellectuals, we have so many tools. We cannot compare 19th century situations to 20th century situations and also 21st century situations. But we are not an alternative still to nor Muslim nor humanity.
Okay, we have two more questions here. Yes, please.
Just very quickly, Theo, I really liked your talk, and I actually want to put you in conversation with Taha, because I thought, Taha, you made the point that there's no alternative to Islamic economics except capitalism. And I thought in your talk, I wanted to know what was the kind of political structure which made possible the Islamicate world system that you described before that, because it seems to, and whether you could imagine a non-capitalist Islamicate political economy, or do you think that it's so entrenched within the kind of logic of capitalism that it is impossible to think about it in those terms? So really, it's a question about, A, the alternative to capitalism, or just a variant of capitalism, and maybe the political structures which enable that. Because in a sense, how will we get a moral economy? What are the agents that will bring about economic transformation in a way?
Okay, one more question. Do you want to ask? Okay. And after that, yours.
So I just wanted to ask, this relates directly to Adil's presentation. So the question that I want to ask that requires me to lay out my assumptions. So if we assume that capitalism is the dominant form of economy today, right? And if we go back to Allama Karl Marx, what defines capitalism in Marxian terms is alienation. And this alienation has three forms. The alienation of labor from the product, from the process of production, and from the species being itself. So I would be curious to know, if there is an Islamic form of economy, then how it will address this question of alienation, which I think is a very fundamental question. And many of the economies in the Muslim world, they simply operate along those capitalist lines. So what is the Islamic alternative or form of economy? To Taha, I wanted to ask, if I read you beneath the lines, especially towards the end, when you say, and this is in a way obvious, that everything needs to be contextualized, right? So we cannot simply rehash what Ali Begovich said. His context is different, our context is different. But that leads us to a more fundamental question that, of course, things always keep changing, right? Nothing is static. But key question would be, is there something permanent in terms of principle which doesn't change, and based on which we can make some changes and revision, whether it is about politics, economy, or society? So the question to you is that, of course, things have changed, but from your analysis, what are the, this is a Muhammad Iqbalian question. What is the permanent element
in the light of which we make revision, adjustment, and changes. Thank you.
This
Thank
will
you
be
so
the
much
last
for all
question.
the panelists. To Taha, but also maybe Adil can also comment on what I would say. Well, our conference is contemporary Muslim thought. So I think when your inventory of Islamic political economy, I think is right. However, really what is emerging as an Islamic economy is Malaysia and Indonesia, where you find, if you like, a kind of realist utopia in oil terms. It means, for instance, is a kind of institution in Malaysia is extremely powerful, is extremely developmental, and behind it is the whole university, IUM, for instance, developing many ideas that really go beyond what is mainstream Islamic economies. So again, I'm not sure Indonesia and Malaysia, this emerging thought and institutions, and they are outside of the capitalist system. But nevertheless, it's very important to look at it and to see how it's emerged. I mean, in Indonesia, how a Muhammadiyya political economy, a Nahdat al-Ulama political economy, both they create institution which is really different from this private-driven capitalism, private property-driven capitalism. So I would like your comment on this.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is the last question, and please, as brief as possible. We don't have much time left, okay?
Thank you. Obviously, it's very hard to be brief here, so I'll just be brief when it comes to alternative economic systems, and maybe we could continue over coffee. Firstly, I must admit in humility that it's hard for me to say what would be an alternative Islamic system, in part because I think I'm allergic to the idea that there's an alternative economic system within the world of Islam. I think it's been left quite vague, decidedly and deliberately vague, so that we can determine an economic system on that basis. But what I tried in my presentation was to highlight the importance of trade, particularly, and this connects with Professor Irfan's question as well, is a kind of embedded form of trade, where there is movement of people, where there is solidarity at scale, where there's the creation of mutually binding reciprocal agreements. It's not the sort of disembodied trade that we have in certain situations. So the story really, whichever system you bring in, if you go back to the empirics, the story has to be the movement of people from the margins to the mainstream. In this country, the story is, again, whichever way you think about, different political philosophies, the last 30 years has been a story of people from the margins to the mainstream. In fact, I'm not old enough, but if I imagine what would Istanbul be like in 80s and 90s, many of the people that we see today here in Istanbul won't be there. So whichever system we work with, it has to be a story from the margins to the mainstream. And it has to be based on mutually binding reciprocal agreements. And it has to be based on a moral idea that goes beyond zero-sum view of the trade, where one party's loss is another party's gain. So I think that is one idea I would highlight. I would also connect to Muqtadar Khan's question, but I forgot that there's another important thinker, Shafkat Pamuk, one of the best economic historians, and he wrote an excellent paper on the political economy of the Ottoman Empire, in which he kind of silently critiqued Timur Kuran's work. Your question again, is extremely important. And in a way, there are all these different types of alternatives that exist. But it's impossible to analyze these alternatives without that factor you've been highlighting over the last 2 days, political economy, the nature of authoritarian rule, the nature of political order, right? And ultimately, moral and political economy are fundamentally interwoven. One of the problems of the discipline of Islamic economics has been that it has operated conceptually within a larger political economy vacuum, right? So if you're talking about Malaysia's institutions are partly rooted in its nature of consociational rule, very different from Lebanon. But there, the large Chinese minority that owns economic enterprise, and then there's an ethnic Malay community, and you need to create economic institutions that uplift them. Islamic finance is one of them, zakat is one of them. But they're also stuck in a middle income trap. And there is also a problem of crony capitalism, both in Indonesia and Malaysia. And so whichever economic system you create, you are going to hit what scholars describe as Goldilocks equilibrium, the balance between economic and political power. In every system, initially, there could be balance, but it is bound to create imbalance, right, where economic power begins to capture more of political power, and vice versa. And that's where this whole idea of struggle, a continuous struggle to maintain that equilibrium is important. And that requires you to think beyond the space where you are in. I mean, in Turkey, for example, a lot of the successful ingredients that created the Turkish story now need to be revisited in an impersonal way, beyond AK Party, beyond a particular ruler, right? So you have to think of those questions in larger terms, and ultimately the question becomes, what is the balance between economic and political power? Unless we understand that balance better, we cannot create a new system or create an alternative imagination.
Yes, this debate goes to, natural law. There are principles that abstract principle or absolute principles beyond the time and the solid. In Ali İzzet Begoviç's perspective, we can follow that. Yes, he accepts that in believing, in accepting, but when you leave these principles, you are limited with history, politically and sociologically, etc. I want to give an example from his practice. His enemies assumed his as a Islamophobic way, a Shariat. He want to found a Shariat regime in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They said that. But during the war and after the war, he always defended liberal democratic values, freedom of speech, living together with other religious cultures, and etc. I think this is an interpretation of these principles in the historical way, historical base. I can give an answer like that.
I may give one sentence, maybe small, summarize. I had my name mentioned a couple of times. So, the South Asian model and their works, they are very significant and important, but I try to question and discuss in my mind about the world order. This is because our modern day is a capitalist economic system, and it's about economy and politics. So prosperous society or wealth of nations, as Adam Smith put, it's controlled and ruled by the Western ideas or Western powers. I try to question these ideas. If we may have more equally distributed economic resources inside the Muslim country, but the international trade, international money order, all of them controlled by Western, and day by day, our lifestyle in the Muslim societies are changing as capitalist way. So I'm trying to analyze the institutions of Islamic economics day by day changing and more suitable to the modern system. So I could trust that point.
Okay, thank you so much. I extend our appreciation to each one of our panelists. And we have a break, almost 30 minutes, inshallah. Please enjoy with some treats and refreshments. And thank you so much for your participation. And we kindly request your presence again at 2 o'clock. Sorry, 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Yeah, 2 o'clock.
2 o, 3 de şey.
Ben de bununla mı şey yapacağım? Hocalarımız burada mı acaba?
Hocalarımız oturuyorlar.
Hayruddin hocam da burada değil mi? Hosro hocam, hoş geldin. خوبی شما؟ مرسی. سلام علیکم. حال شما؟ من سرهان هستم. رئیس جلسه هستم. خوبی شما؟
فارسی زبان؟
بله فارسی زبانم بله میتونم فارسی.
ایرانی هستی یا؟
ایرانی که نیستم ولی درباره ایران کار میکنم فارسی هم یاد گرفتم بله.
در ترکیه زندگی میکنی؟
بله در ترکیه دانشجوی استاد تورج عطابکی هستم. تورج عطابکی بله در لندن.
خوشحال میکنی؟
ما چون خیلی ممنون.
شما رئیس جلسه هستی؟
بله رئیس جلسه هستم. مرسی.
آقا سلام.
حال شما؟
خوبه. من کمتر بلدم.
ایشون که خیلی خوب صحبت
می‌کنه. خواهش می‌کنم.
آقا خیلی خوب صحبت کرد. من کمتر بلدم. من وکیل وقت İLKE. بله İLKE var.
İlke همین وقت. چی بله برگزار کنم.
رئیس
خیرون hocam.
Serhan.
Serhan. Please have your seat because we have to start immediately.
Yes, correct. We're running out of time if you don't.
Yeah,
Who's going first? Is it?
yeah, he's going first, and you are going second, and then yeah, control is going third.
From Singapore.
Ustad befرمایید.
So you're finishing up the PhD or just started?
Ben şimdi açılış
Buyurun, tamam.
Dear guests, our program is about to start. Kindly invite you to take your seats and thank you for your attention. Welcome back after the refreshing break, and I think we are ready to listen our next panelist. And this is our 7th session, and the topic is Asia, New Perspectives Beyond the Geographies, and our moderator is Serhan Afacan from Üsküdar University. Marmara University. I don't know, it's written like here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah, okay. I apologize for that.
No, it's okay.
One of our panelists, Burak Çalışkan from York University, Hayrettin Al-Junaid from National University of Singapore, and Khosrow Bagari Nauparast, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, and from Tehran University. Please welcome.
Yeah, the floor is mine. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, everybody, for our 7th session on Asia New Perspectives Beyond Geographies. Without further ado, I will leave the floor to Burak Çalışkan from York University, and you have 20 minutes, no more than 20 minutes. And he's going to discuss contemporary Muslim thought and debates in Uzbekistan in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I will talk about Islamic thought and process in Uzbekistan. Okay. With the Arab conquest that began in the 7th century, Islam spread to Central Asia. The people of the region were divided into settled Turkestan in the south and steppe region in the north. These two different lifestyles deeply affected religion, culture, and law. While Islam spread rapidly among settled people, its spread was slower among nomads. The most common usage for the people of the region is Turkestan Muslims. At this point, the emergence of Uzbekistan and other regional states as a nation state occurred at a very late date. For this reason, we will evaluate Uzbekistan from a broader geographical perspective. Additionally, it would be useful to consider Islamic thought and debates in the region in three different periods: Golden Age, Russian colonization, independent Uzbekistan. Turkestan, dominated by many different states, has historically been the center of science and culture of the Islamic world. Sunni Islam has become widespread in the region, and madrasa have become one of the most important cultural values of the region. Hanefi and Maturidi sects, which are based on the Quran and Sunnah, produced their most important works in the madrasa of the region. Cities such as Buhara, Samarkand, Hiva, Hokand, Fergana, Merv, and Transoxiana have become the centers of the madrasa where the theology of Sunni Islam are studied. Many scholars who deeply influenced the Islamic world, such as Maturidi, Buhari, Tirmizi, Yesevi, and Naqshband, lived in Turkestan. The author of the six main hadith book, known as Kutub al-Sitta, was also raised in this region. In addition, scientists from different fields, such as Ibn Sina, Harizmi, Farabi, Biruni, Ulubey, and Navai emerged in this madrasa. This period, which we can call the Golden Age, lasted until the 16th century. Russia focused on Turkestan during this period, changed the fate of the region. Although the occupation process lasted 3 centuries, the fact that the small khanates such as Buhara, Hokand, and Hiva remained after the Timurids made the occupation easier. In the same period, the corruption of political system in the region also affected the outcome. Since the process, Russia has not only shaped by political borders of Central Asia, but also deeply affected the cultural and intellectual life of the Muslims of the region. The Russian occupation process can be divided into 2 periods: Tsarist Russia and Soviet Union. Tsarist Russia pursued a policy of Christianization against the nomads in the north, and when it failed, it tried to eliminate all Islamic values in the region. It didn't intervene in the religious structures, foundations, and communities in the settled Uzbek regions in the north, in the south for a long time. However, when these institutions became the leaders of the rebellions over time, the Russians turned to harsh policies. Although the Tsarist administration always saw Muslims as second class, they allowed them to implement their own Sharia, build mosques, and provide religious education in madrasa in order to prevent rebellions. While political leaders and Han families lost their authority with the Russian occupation, Sheikh and religious leaders increased their power. As a matter of fact, Sufi, Naqshi, and Qadiri Sheikh play a leading role in the rebellions against Russian occupation in Turkestan, especially Fergana Valley has been the center of this formation. The Russian administration banned these sects that had an impact on the Muslims. Since the 18th century, the madrasa system has been corrupted. The collapse of traditional institutions after the occupation gave rise to search for a new system, such as the Jadids, who carried out Western-style education reforms. We started to see Soviet policies after 1922. The first thing the Soviet Union did was abolish the concept of Turkestan and divided the region into small pieces. In 1930s, the Kazakh, Turkmen, Uzbek, Tajik, and Kyrgyz Soviet Socialist republics were established, and the foundation of today's Central Asian borders were laid. The Soviet raised the living standard of ordinary Turkestan Muslims in matters such as education, health, infrastructure. However, with its language, alphabet, and history policies, it separated the people of the region from the Islamic world religiously and culturally. The Cyrillic alphabet was made compulsory and there was pressure on learning Russian. Between 1925 and 1940, intense atheism propaganda was made and war was declared against religions. By the 1930s, 30,000 imams were sentenced to exile and died. Sharia courts have been closed. The Soviet regime tried to eliminate all established traditional culture and dynamics in Turkestan. Religious associations and foundations were closed. Calls have been made for women not to wear Islamic clothes. While all madrasas except two in Bukhara and Tashkent were closed, the printing of Islamic books was stopped. Almost all mosques were demolished and secular schools or social organizations were opened in their places. Although Soviet policies destroyed the intellectual and institute Islamic understanding in Turkestan, Muslims continued their secret existence underground with the understanding of Sufism and sects. Although the Soviet regime tried to strictly control official Islam with various institutions, these institutions did not play a significant role in the lives of the Muslim people. In the 1970s, the Soviet regime softened in this anti-religious policy. However, as the regime controlled the official understanding of Islam, unofficial religious activities powered. For example, while there were 230 registered mosques in Central Asia in 1970s, it's estimated that there were at least 1,800 unofficial mosques. With independence, the Uzbek administration under Islam Kerimov has designed the Islamic past, which it defines as the golden heritage, as an important part of the nation-building process. By keeping the Islamic revival and consciousness in the country under his control, he tried to create an independent and national Islamic understanding. Kerimov also tried to create a portrait of a Muslim leader, especially in the early years. Islamic scholars such as Naqshbandi, Bukhari, Maturidi, and Tirmizi took part in the Golden Heritage discourse, and magnificent ceremonies were organized for these national heroes. Ramadan and Eid al-Adha have been declared as official holidays. Courses and schools providing lessons in Arabic, the Holy Quran, and religious subjects were opened. Several madrasas for higher Islamic education have become operational. Immediately after independence, the number of mosques in the country increased from 300 to 5,000. In 1992, the Holy Quran was translated into Uzbek and published. Religious ideas that were banned during the Soviet period began to be discussed again. While the Uzbek government wanted to use Islam in the nation-building process, it also wanted to create a secular state. The Hanafi sects and the understanding of Sufism are presented as the national tradition of Uzbek nation. Sufism was supported for a while as a moderate Islam against the concern about the politicization and radicalization of religion. Despite these developments led by government, some groups in the country are not satisfied with this. Various Islamic groups which revived in Fergana Valley, especially in the 1970s, and tried to openly enter the political scene with independence, contradicted the official Islamic understanding that the state tried to control. Salafi thought, which especially affects the Fergana Valley, has led to establishment of various militant groups in the region. As a matter of fact, immediately after independence, the influence of local religious leaders and sect sheikhs took precedence over the public authority in some regions of Fergana. In fact, the understanding of Hanafism and Sufism forms the basis of Central Asian Islam. As a matter of fact, this understanding and its followers became the symbol of resistance to the Russian regime. In order to balance this strong understanding, Russian authorities turned a blind eye to Salafist mentality entering the region in the 1930s. With independence, Salafism increased its influence in the country with the pressures coming from Saudi Arabia. Before independence, in 1990, groups such as Justice Movements or Warriors of Islam began to perform almost law enforcement, that is, taking advantage of the lack of authority in the Namangan, Andijan, and Hokand. These groups began to close down shops selling alcohol or force women to wear Islamic clothes while ensuring the security of the region. After a while, they were not satisfied with their supporting roles and pursued a policy of taking over first local authorities and then the power. These groups began to voice the demands for a Sharia-based order and caliphate. Many mosques in the cities have become educational centers of Salafi teaching and ideology. In December 1991, Tahir Yuldashev presented himself as the de facto ruler of the Fergana Valley, and mass demonstrations were organized in the region. Kerimov declared jihad against his administration. It was requested from Kerimov that the administrative buildings in Namangan be transferred to these Islamic organizations, the opposition be legalized, and most importantly, Uzbekistan be declared an Islamic state. With these developments, Fergana and Salafi groups were coded as a major sources of concern for the government from the very beginning. The civil war, in addition, the civil war in Tajikistan in 1992 changed the Kerimov perspective more strongly. At this point, dozens of imams were arrested, while those from Saudi Arabia were deported, while madrasas were closed again, religious foundation and institutions were restricted. The government's struggle with the threat it faces has become increasingly harsh and arbitrary. Indeed, sometimes men who gave beards or women who wore headscarf were considered suspicious. In a sense, the harsh struggle of the Uzbek administration against radical groups has sometimes progressed to interfere with the social and religious lives in ordinary Muslims. This situation has always made the relationship between the state and the people problematic. Since 1998, the Islamic opposition has initiated a much broader discourse in mosques and streets. In the same period, the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan was established under the leadership of Tahir Yuldashev with the support of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. The bombs exploding in center of Tashkent in 1999 and the coup attempt against Kerimov radically changed both the domestic and foreign policy of Uzbekistan. Following this incident, the government blamed thousands of people. In a sense, ordinary Muslim people have been greatly affected by the conflict between these militant groups and the state. Terrorist attacks that took place in many parts of Uzbekistan in 2004 led the Kerimov regime to follow an even stricter policy. The Kerimov, which responded to anti-government protests in Andijan with a massacre in 2005, defined the demonstrate as radical Islamist. However, the majority of were ordinary people complaining about economic and social problems. It was really difficult problem. Although the Mirziyoyev, who took office after Kerimov's died, was much more positive than his predecessors, there are still serious problems in the bureaucratic structure. Practices such as iftar, worship, and lut etan in public space, which were banned in previous year, have been allowed in the new period. The Holy Quran was printed in the country for the first time after 1992. In addition, it was decided to build many mosques through the country for worship. In the previous period, 16,000 people who were blacklisted by the Uzbek police on the grounds that they had relation with extremist groups were removed from the list. As a result, while the Uzbek government wanted to create an understanding of official Islam that the state could support and control, some groups opposed this. These groups, which involve into radical militants, especially the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan and Hizb ut-Tahrir in Uzbek, whose origins and financial support came from outside. Went beyond the legal political ground and aspired to rule the country. The Fergana Valley, which is particularly vulnerable to influence of militant movements in neighboring countries such as Afghanistan and Tajikistan, has become an increasingly worrying place for governments. At this point, the ordinary Muslim people suffered the most. Thank you for listening.
And thank you very much for perfectly sticking to the time limit. And now we move over to our second paper, Right to Reform, Muslim Intellectualism in Southeast Asia by Khairuddin Al-Junaid from National University of Singapore. Professor, you also got 20 minutes. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. The topic that I'm going to share with you today is part and parcel of the volume that has been produced, and it's something that is so pertinent in our times right now, because the war that we see right now in Palestine beseech us basically to play a big role as intellectuals, as scholars, as students, as analysts, as journalists, to speak up and to say what we can in order to save our brothers and sisters in a conflicted area in one part of the Islamic world. So what I want to share today is how we can play a big role to write in order to reform the Ummah. And I'm going to talk about larger issues about intellectuals and how intellectuals can contribute to the process of change. This is part and parcel of the current book that I'm writing for Polity Press on how to change the Islamic civilization. And I will focus in then on Muslim intellectualism in Southeast Asia, how Southeast Asia has so much or has been so forgotten in the study of the Islamic world as a whole. And we need to now look at Southeast Asia as a terrain where ideas have been produced and should be taken more seriously. I want to begin first with the quote by a Palestinian-American scholar, which we all know, Edward Said, who says that one task of intellectuals is to break down stereotypes and reductive categories. He goes further to say that one of the duties of intellectuals is to battle against lies, to battle against hypocrisies, to battle against people who stand up for one group of people in one part of the world, but in the end are duly responsible for the oppression of their own people. And he says that these reductive categories may limit human thought and communication. So I'm going to go in 3 different directions. We only have 20 minutes. I'm going to move at F1 speed, so fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to begin first by conceptualizing Muslim intellectualism, how the traditions have always been in a transition. And then I will contextualize all of these ideas of intellectualism to our current day context, some of the problems that we are faced with right now. And then thirdly, I'm going to end with how to pragmatize. What are the various areas that we need to pay attention to, and what are the urgent issues that we should look into. And I hope Professor Lutfi Sunar, who has done a great job for this conference, and the rest of the team will follow up with this, some suggestions in our future workshops, inshallah. So let me begin first with conceptualizing. I was particularly moved by the presentation by Professor Hiba yesterday, where she says to us that when we look at Islamic issues or even categories in social sciences, we need to draw first from our own traditions. When we look at intellectualism, we must go back first to the Quran, when the Quran says, إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ الْعُلَمَاء, that at the end of the day, when we want to talk about Islamic intellectualism, we must begin with the recognition that intellectuals are first and foremost in fear of Allah. But not only are they in fear of Allah and they want to please Allah, they are also morally responsible towards humankind, not only to Muslims. And that we know, all of us know the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where he says that al-ulama warathatul anbiya, and we forgot that the anbiya were not university teachers. None of the prophets were basically what we know today as scholars, but they were intellectuals. Intellectuals that were not only concerned with ideas, because all of the prophets were purveying ideas, they were intellectuals who were socially engaged, who were with society and were very much interested in the changing of societies. This brings me to the work of Professor Wael Halak. I was informed that he was here just a few weeks ago, where he wrote in his marvelous book, Restating Orientalism, when we talk about intellectualism in Islam, he says that unlike modern education where expertise tends to segregate fields of specialization, resulting in late modernity in the pervasive call for interdisciplinarity, Islamic learning was generally constituted by cross-fertilization through what may be called as dialectical traditions. The intellectuals in Islam, since the beginning of Islam, has always been multidisciplinary. That we are not concerned with the tunnel vision of each and every discipline that we are in. That our vision has always been wide and deep at the same time. And this, all of these things that have been written by many scholars in the past and even in the Islamic tradition has been registered by a Jewish scholar whose work has been seen as one of the best about the Islamic civilization. Franz Rosenthal, in Knowledge Triumphant, makes the case about how the Islamic intellectual culture has defined the ways in which we live today. And we cannot think of modern knowledge without looking at the genealogy of knowledge that Islam has produced through the works of the scholars. And I can go on and on about this. I would encourage you, of course, to read the book by my good friend here, Professor Irfan Habib, whose work on, Irfan Ahmad, not Irfan Habib, there's another historian, whose work, Religion as Critique, has, in a sense, made the case, and I think staked the case, for the fact that we are not lacking of intellectuals. We still have that intellectual tradition that we have stood for over a millennium, and now the traditional ulama, reformist thinkers, popular preachers, socially conscious academics, now form the wide landscape of Muslim intellectualism. So I want to begin with this conceptualization first, to make the case that Islamic intellectualism is not the province of universities. It is not the province of specialists based in institutions. Anyone and everyone can be intellectuals, and anyone and everyone can stand up for the ummah. And this is important, especially now, with the problems that we have now in what have been called as the networked age. At no point in human history have human beings become so connected than ever before. But this connectedness that we are in poses challenges to our own Muslim intellectualism. If we follow the works of Gary Boone, I Muslim and #Islam, he is making the case that what we have here is a highly hyper-real and yet globalized ummah. Inasmuch as we are more connected than ever before, what the internet, the social media, and all of these things that we are exposed to at every minute of our lives have done is to lead us to dehumanization. We cannot understand the problem in Gaza without understanding the process that is at work right now, which is the process of dehumanization. We have now lost our humanity. And what Islam and Islamic intellectuals have done in the past is to focus on the recovery of that humanity. So that's the first problem now. And the second problem is the divide. With the rise of neoliberalism as the new global order and the fall of communism in the Soviet Union, what we have now is neoliberalism causing a great divide in humankind. And in the work by Jason Hickel, he says that so much for the trickle-down effect of capitalism. As it turned out, making rich people richer doesn't make the rest of us richer. And the quintessential example of this is the United States of America. If you want to be poorer than poor, be in America, and if you want to be richer than rich, be in America. And this is the justification based on the supply side economics. In fact, the opposite is true. Since the onset of neoliberalism and liberal ideas about individuality, about the fact that one should be concerned with one's own welfare other than other people around you, the rich countries of the OECD have seen per capita growth rates fall from an average of 3.5% to down to 2%. As these numbers have shown, and we go back to the presentation, the great presentation before this, especially by Professor Adil Malik, neoliberalism has failed as a tool for economic development, but it has worked brilliantly as a tool of restoring power to the wealthy elites. And that's why an alternative beckons, and we must play a role to come up with alternatives. The alternative can be Islamic economics, but Islamic economics, in my own point of view, is not the be-all and end-all. I'm going to talk about the kind of alternative that we can consider. And of course, Anthony Appiah talks about the problems of identity. Right now, we have Muslims being divided on the basis of creed, on the basis of country, on the basis of color, on the basis of culture, on the basis of class, which stifles ummatic reform. These divisions are not things that are merely ideational. They are real. They are practical. They are the very reasons why we can do nothing about what's happening in Palestine. Because for all this talk about Muslims being 2 billion in the world, in reality, we are only concerned about our creed, our country, our color, our culture, and our class. The rich amongst the Muslims are not concerned with the state of the poor Palestinians. Reality bites. And that brings me to the problem of disproportionality. For all that we have known about the Muslim world today, the reality is that all or most of the discussions about the Muslim world has always been centered on the MENA region, the Middle East and North African region. Anything that happens in the Middle East gets the news. Anything happens in the Muslim world, or the great ideas that we say are coming out from the Muslim world, are all in North Africa and in the Middle East. The reality from the numbers that we see right here is that the most of the Muslim world is not in the Middle East. The most in the Muslim world are in Asia, and the largest country in Asia is Indonesia. 300 million Muslims whose ideas have been long forgotten because of our attention to what the Arabs think. I am an Arab myself, whose mother is an Indian, so I have both civilizations in me, 1 billion in India, and another 400-500 million in Arabia, particularly for me, from Yemen. But the point being here that we have neglected, because of this problem of disproportionality, ideas that come out from other parts of the world. And that has cost us a lot. In ignoring ideas that come from India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, and many parts of the Muslim world, the ages, as Richard Gouliet says in his book, we have not gotten ideas that could really reform the state of the world that we're in today. Are you all still with me? Am I moving too fast? No. Okay, that's okay. All right, so sometimes I move a little bit too fast. I was telling you it's going to be F1, so I hope the seat belts are still on. I still got 9 minutes. All right, so that's very good. So that leads me then to the big issue of urgent spheres of ummatic reform. And this is an initiative that has begun with the work of Professor Anjum Ovamir and his friends, and I'm part of the collective, that we now need to think beyond our respective spheres, but at the same time to benefit from the various regions by which we are in. I have done so. If you want to call it academic jihad, we can, as Professor Hiba used yesterday. I have published a number of books to show that Southeast Asia is not a periphery in the Muslim world, that Muslims in Southeast Asia has contributed to the larger tradition of intellectualism. in Hamka and Islam, which will be published, inshallah, in Turkish. And the translation is done, and we are moving towards Professor Sunar is actually helping me, and great, he's doing a lot of good work for me. And of course, the work on Muslim cosmopolitanism that is published by Edinburgh University Press, Islam in Malaysia, and the latest one, Shapers of Islam in Malaysia, both published by Oxford University Press. In a span of 7 years, I wrote 4 books. I spent very little time with the family because I feel that there is a need for us to bring out ideas from outside the Middle East. Now, what are the areas of reform that Southeast Asian scholars and intellectuals are pushing forth right now? Number one is to write in order to reform ahistoricism. The problem with the issue of Palestine is that everybody is saying that all conflict begins with October the 7th. This is the first sign of ahistoricism. And we must fight against this. We must fight against this lack of understanding of history, the lack of understanding of not only the history of Palestine, but the lack of understanding of the history of the Ummah. And this lack of the understanding of the history of the Ummah, the ahistoricism, has led to jingoistic histories, where we tend to, in a sense, worship, if not upheld, our own histories, denying the fact that the histories that we have had for many decades have always been connected. So to reform ahistoricism is to show that no Muslim region in the world has ever been isolated from the rest of the world. We have all been connected, and the connectedness became most intense before globalization during the time of the Ottoman Empire and the Mughal Empire. These are the two empires that played a big role in the globalization of the Ummah from Malacca to Mecca. So that is the first. And there is one thinker in Southeast Asia from Indonesia whose name is Kunto Wijoyo. He says that Muslim intellectuals must have the capacity and courage to criticize the course of their history, to bring out embarrassing questions in their history, and to acknowledge that there were certain things that we did that were wrong. And only with these traits can they be regarded as true intellectuals. Of course, we must proceed with wisdom. All critiques must be purposeful and constructive to ensure that the existing frameworks remain strong. So that is the first, to rethink our history. A society without a knowledge of history, as Malcolm X once said, is a society without an identity. And a society without an identity will fall for anything. So we need to recover this, and I hope that our collective here can move forward to rewrite our history. The second is to reform the state of ethics. The wars that we see now in Gaza is not only an issue of international law, it is an issue of the corruption of ethics. Ethics is not only adab, ethics is akhlaq, the akhlaq of humankind that is now corrupted by the dehumanization that we are faced with globally. And the people who are responsible for the returning back of this ethics, of what we call now the field of global ethics, are actually Muslims. We need to play the role. We need to write more about ethical questions in humanity, be it bioethics, be it the ethics of war and peace, be it the ethics of social relations in communities, or the ethics of dealing with minorities. These are the issues that we need to talk about. And there's one a female scholar in Southeast Asia who talks about moral problems in society, ethical problems. She says that moral problems must be given due attention and reformed in pursuit of the welfare of our people, Muslims and non-Muslims. The responsibility for reform must not be placed on the shoulders of elderly and educators. All sectors of society must play their roles in three things: to provide curative solutions, preventive solutions, and constructive solutions. So when we talk about ethics, it is not only about talking, it's about debating regarding the philosophical aspect of ethics, but rather the practical, the applicable, the practical, the pragmatic ways of dealing with ethics. Last, and thirdly, we need to talk more and we need to write more about the reform of education, how educational systems that we have today can be improved in order to bring about the making of thinking people who are not glued to their devices but are also appreciating the knowledge that we have produced in the civilization. And Professor Osman Bakar has written in one of his articles that any attempts at re-examining past and current approaches to Islamic education must address the issue of how Islam ought to be presented to non-Muslim audience. We have the responsibility to reform the manner to which we write about our societies in order for the non-Muslims to be able to appreciate it and to enhance inter-religious understanding and peace. For Muslims who live together in the same society and in the same country with non-Muslims as fellow citizens and fellow countrymen, they must consider the interfaith dialogue approaches to education that is attractive and one that makes most sense. Now, I would like to end very quickly by saying that we have a role to play as intellectuals in this current turbulent age. It is a difficult time where the present seems to be so bleak and the future uncertain, but we have the past, the benefit of the past that can help us in improving our Muslim intellectualism and in enhancing our intellectuality. To move ahead, we need to realize that we are not writing for our jobs. We're not writing for promotions. We're not writing for better pay. We are writing for reform. And we will be, especially for the young people here, intellectuals who will write to reform the state of the Ummah for a better future. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Professor Khairuddin Al-Junaid, for this illuminating presentation on Muslim intellectualism in Southeast Asia. I am sure this presentation, also that of Burak Çalışkan, must have raised a lot of questions. Write down your questions, please, and because we will have Q&A at the end of our three papers. Now, I will leave the floor to Khosra Bagri Nurperest from Tehran University for 20 minutes, and he is going to tell us and discuss the debates and development of the social sciences in Iran. By Dr. Befarmayın. 20 dakika. You got 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Firstly, thank the inviters, particularly Lutfi Sonar, to this important gathering. And as you know, I'm going to talk about the debates and development of the social science in Iran. Even though this seems to be a particular and local study, but I think it would be general. And as we can see, the concerns in Iran, I think, have been the concerns in most of Islamic countries. So this could be useful for other Muslims in other countries. After the revolution in 1979 in Iran, and then we have got an Islamic government and Republican, the first question was that how can we do about our university? How kind of university should we have? And the evident, perhaps, answer was that we should have an Islamic university. So different debates began about the nature of Islamic science and Islamic university. We have got some negative viewpoints and some positive viewpoints. The negative views held that Islamic science is not meaningful, is not possible to provide us in university, and the positive views said that no, we can have a meaningful conception of Islamic science. I'm reviewing these views and evaluate them in terms of what happened in our country. The first viewpoint about negative views, which put emphasis on impossibility of providing us with
Islamic science was stated by, for instance, Abdul Karim Surush and Ali Paya. Their argument was twofold. The first argument is that it is based on Reichenbach's distinction between the context of discovery in science and the context of justification. According to this argument, it is held that we can have inspirations from religion and from many other sources, but it is limited to the context of discovery. But when it comes to the context of justification and experiment, there would be no any adjective for science. We would have just science, and the slogan is science is science. So the experiment provides us with science, pure science. The second argument was that if we talk about Islamic science, this leads us to relativism, and science could not be relative, it should be general. How can we evaluate this point and how it happened in my country in relation to this view? The first argument, which is based on Reichenbach's view on the two contexts of science, we can say that the context of justification, what happens in that context is not to separate inspirations from the hypotheses. If something is approved, and if you have got some evidence for some hypothesis, so it contains its inspirations. And it means that what we have got in the context of discovery, it transfers to the context of justification. And the second argument about relativism needs to be analyzed in two terms and two kinds of relativism, which are called epistemological relativism and epistemic relativism. Epistemological relativism is Malian, and it is dangerous for human knowledge because it doesn't consider any basic condition for having knowledge. For instance, one of the basic assumptions is that knowledge could not be private. Knowledge should be in communication. This is a basic assumption, and if you reject this, you will not have any religion, any knowledge, whether religious or otherwise. Or, for instance, we need evidence. Relevant evidence is important in our endeavor for providing knowledge. So these are some kind of very basic epistemological points, and if you reject these, you will encounter the dangerous relativism which destroy human knowledge in every kind of it. But what about epistemic relativism, which is benign, and it is everywhere? It is inevitable because we have got different positions in history and society, in geography, and so this kind of relativism is quite acceptable. So I can conclude that the first view in rejecting Islamic science was not so successful. Of course, I accept that some of the versions of Islamic psychology is meaningless, but we cannot say that all forms of it is meaningless. The second negative view regards Islamic science dangerous. For instance, Mustafa Malikian supports this view, and the argument is that we have got the danger of ideological sciences, like what happened in the previous USSR, and for instance, Lysenko's view that he rejected genetics and holding that it is a bourgeois science. But after that, it was accepted. Or for instance, the medieval church against the scientists. So these kind of experiences show that when we talk about religious science, it is in danger of becoming ideological in the negative sense of the word. I mean, the science that doesn't concern about the evidence and counter-evidence. In evaluation, this view, I can say that this is a real threat, and any Islamic country that tries to provide an Islamic science should be aware about this danger, because as Popper said, falsifiability is an important characteristic of science. So if you have got some knowledge which is certain that it is true in any situation, it could not be knowledge. And then we have got positive views, different versions of positive views that say that we can talk about Islamic science. The first one I have labeled the encyclopedic view. For instance, Ayatollah Jawadi Amuli in Iran supported this view, and their argument is, again, twofold. The first one is that there is a correspondence between two books of Takwin and Tashri'. God is the author of the two books, so they correspond to each other. So we have got sciences in the Quran as we have got facts in the world. And if you concentrate on Quran, you can extract the knowledge. And the second argument refers to the perfection of Islam. Islam is the last religion of the God, and so it must be complete, and so we can expect that we would have religious science. And this is a quotation from Ayatollah Amuli. I think I cannot read it because the shortage of time. But in evaluation, this viewpoint about the two arguments, when we talk about the correspondence between the two books of Takwin and Tashri', okay, why should we consider that an author who has two books, they should be about the same subject? You can have different books and different contents. So the basic assumption here is not strong. But if correct, if we accept that, okay, there are two books and the Takwin book is important, but we know that Quran is very, very abstractive in referring in the facts of the world. So it is not enough to concentrate on it and provide an adequate knowledge about the world. And the second argument that refers to the perfection of Islam. Yes, Islam is perfect, but in what sense? Perfect in its function, and its function could be particular. For instance, Hidayah ilallah, but not all-inclusive viewpoint of Jami'. So this viewpoint is also has some problems in dealing with these arguments. The second positive view in Iran, I have called it the edification view, which supported by Haqqani School in Qom and by Ayatollah Muhammad Taqi Misbah Yazdi. And the argument here is that there is a fact-value distinction in science, and facts are neutral, and we can accept them, but support them with Islamic values. So this kind of eclecticism, I can say, is held here. But in evaluation of this viewpoint, we can say that, firstly, a positivistic assumption is taken here in terms of the fact-value distinction. But we know in philosophy of science this assumption is shaken and rejected very actively. And the second point is that edification might lead to eclecticism and incoherence, because when we accept that facts and values are interrelated and they are not distinct exactly from each other, so you can add Islamic values to some facts which are based on some presuppositions, and this leads to incoherence. The third view, which is positive again, we can call it culturalism and the cultural view of science. فرهنگستان علوم اسلامی اینکوم, Academic of Islamic Sciences, supports this view in particular, and the arguments are threefold. The first one is that paradigmatic nature of science, which refers to Thomas Kuhn's view in philosophy of science, that science has a nature of paradigmatic, different paradigms are there. The second argument is the Western paradigm is Taghut leadership. Taghut leadership is dominant to the paradigm of Western science. And thirdly, the Islamic paradigm is Allah leadership, has got Allah leadership. So it means that we should reject Western science altogether because it is based on a kind of Taghut leadership, and replace it altogether by an Islamic science. I have also quotation here, but I'm afraid about the time.
You're doing great.
Yeah, have time?
Yeah.
Okay.
You still got 7 minutes.
7, okay. Okay. This is a quotation. The conception of Western science without the imagination of its culture and apart from the transformation that has taken place in the internal sphere of the West is not possible. Modern science is born in the West, and it's the science which conflicts with religion in terms of subject, method, and purpose could not be born in the Islamic world. Then all his sciences, including his mathematics, are corrupt. This is a kind of paradigmatic view of science about the Western. Also, we have got Sayyid Hossein Nasr, who has got such a view, and this quotation is from him. This science refers to Western science. This science which operates within a universe from which man has been abstracted, although it is still completely bound to the purely human matter of understanding things, is totally different in its perspective and Weltanschauung from the sciences of the great Oriental traditions, such as the Indian and the Islamic, and therefore needs to be discussed in terms of its full confrontation with Oriental culture. You see the full confrontation between Islamic and Western sciences and Oriental sciences. So how can we evaluate this viewpoint? Firstly, the paradigmatic view in philosophy of science, which is introduced by Thomas Kuhn in 1970, I think this was criticized mostly, and it leads to a kind of relativism, which is the malign one. Because incommensurability, one of the phrases of Thomas Kuhn, means that there is no common language, no common logic between two paradigms, quite distinct from each other. So if we have got such a relationship between paradigms, then this leads to the dangerous relativism. The second argument, that the Western science is corruptive altogether, I can say that no, the Western science is not corruptive altogether. We should provide distinction between Western sciences, Western culture and people, and Western politicians. These are different categories. For instance, Western science is not hegemonic altogether. against, for instance, Islamic science. It has also objectivity preoccupation as a science. But there are two sorts of biases: inevitable biases, 5, okay, 3, and evitable biases. And what about Western culture and people? There are valuable components in this culture, for instance, talking about human rights discourse, democracy, and something like that. And I can refer here to, I think, Muqtadir's speak about the fiqh, Islamic fiqh as a social construction. And we can see that in Islamic fiqh, there is no place for some human rights. For instance, Murtad could be killed according to the famous fatwa. But why? Why should a person be killed in terms of his or her belief? So there are important components in Western culture, and we should appreciate them. And people of Western countries, support of Gaza, I think, is due to the Western culture, and you cannot deny that. But when it comes to Western politicians, yes, they are mostly corruptive. They misuse Western culture's conceptions like human rights and democracy and something like that. But anything can be misused, including religious concepts. And even if one wants to say that there is a relationship among the three parts of the Western view, it would be a kind of anomalous monism, a kind of monism which has different parts, but they are not correspond to each other exactly the same way. And the third point, Islam is not a paradigm. Islam is not a paradigm, because there was a common language and logic between prophets and the kuffar. When there is a common language and logic between a prophet and the kafir, so it could not be a paradigm. For instance, in this verse of the Quran in Baqarah, أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِي حَاجَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ فِي رَبِّهِ, and ends فَبُهِتَ الَّذِي كَفَرَ. This was a discussion between a prophet and the kafir, and it has a conclusion. So it seems that there is a common language, and here I can refer to Sarah Hanafi's view that about we need a common language. Okay. Also, there was a common language between Islam and other religions. As you see in this verse, قُلْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ تَعَالُوا إِلَى كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ بَيْنَنَا وَبَيْنَكُمْ. And also Islam has talked to all people of the world, regardless of their beliefs. For instance, يَا أَيُّهَا النَّاسِ إِنَّا خَلَقْنَاكُم مِّن ذَكَرٍ وَأُنثَى ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ عِندَ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُمْ. But here, taqwa is not a religious concept, because the audience is Ya ayyuhan nas in the world. And this taqwa is a kind of important general concept. So, conclusion. 1 minute?
Yes.
Okay. In looking for Islamic science, we should not take a contrastive relation to the West. Absolute relativism is a double-edged sword. There is no place for haq in it. We need to differentiate among the three parts of the West. We need to find a common language in relation to the Western sciences. And Islamic science, social science, needs to be objective based on Islamic presuppositions. Absolute objectivism and culturalism are wrong. Both of them are wrong. Objectivity quotient is right. Objectivity quotient, like intelligent quotient. It means that any scientific view has a particular amount of objectivity in terms of its window into the reality. So we can talk about any kind of science in terms of objectivity quotient. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. No Perez. So we listened to 3 excellent presentations on 3 different dimensions of the Muslim thought in 3 different locations of the Muslim world: Uzbekistan, Southeast Asia, and also Iran. These, I think, 3 presentations were perfectly interconnected. They had a clear focus. The current situation and the future of the Muslim thought, intellectualism, about Muslim activism, about also the Muslim social sciences as far as the Islamic perspective is concerned. So we still got about, I think, 13 minutes for questions and answers. Yes, Irfan Ahmed.
Thank you to all the presentation. I just wanted to make a comment followed by a question. I thought there should have been a conversation between 2 Khays, so Khairuddin and Professor Khusro. What I mean is this, that Abdul Karim Saroush has a theory of change. And that theory is based on a distinction that there is a difference between deen and tafhim deen, right? So deen is one, but understanding of that deen is subject to change. And then he ties it to what he calls usul-e qabz o bast, theory of contraction and expansion. But in my reading, that theory is very highly epistemological. The point is not that it is irrelevant. It is, but it has to be ultimately connected to social action and social praxis. And Saroush, I find it important because he works in that Iranian tradition, but he is also sufficiently exposed to the thought of Shah Waliullah, Muhammad Iqbal, and Khairuddin's interest in the idea of social change. And this is more a sort of conjecture, and somewhere I have tried to explain this. Is it not the case that the idea of Islah or reform is actually already an official theory of social change? Based on this idea of distinction between deen and tafhim deen. Thank you.
All of the questions at once? Yeah? Okay, then let's go on. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the panels, and I'm so glad to hear your work. I mean, it's concur with my work on a critique of Islamization of knowledge, and I think we need to talk further later on. Well, after visiting Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, I have been writing all my energy against French secularism, consider it as anti-clericalist, anti-religion, etc. But then when I visit these 2 countries, I realize France is a very tolerant country compared to Uzbekistan and to Kazakhstan. And I can read, I mean, it's interesting how you did the trajectory of a relationship between a state and religion by, if you like, continuity and where is the rupture? And the rupture come when the Salafi, the nasty Salafi came from the Arab world to Uzbekistan, and it changed the whole dynamics. I mean, I read many things, and my conclusion, we need to do the trajectory, how this very harsh secularism, the radicalism, I mean, how the radicalism can sociologically do not but bring another radicalism. I mean, we should know that, that in Uzbekistan, kids before 18 years is not allowed to go to the mosque. And only in the last few years, they allow them accompanied by fathers, by adults. So this is actually, it's very interesting that human rights organizations, criticize the basic absence of a freedom of religion today in a country like Uzbekistan. So I need your comment on this.
Okay, so please take down your notes, because we are going to get one last question. I think we will get 3 questions, right? So one last question, then 2 last questions. Yes, please, sir.
I'm Kazım Dalkran from Üsküdar University. I'll ask to Mr. Bagheri, giving this information related to science in the West, how we should contact with them. Is it enough known by us? Especially, it was given in a book by Frederick Starr, Missing Enlightenment in Turkish, Kayıp Aydınlanma, giving the information about the years 8th century and 12th century. In those times, the Muslim scientists found many things, but we didn't even know about it. So should it be better to focus on our own roots, giving those scientists the information to our society, and based our involvement on this base, first. And second question is, in general,
is it possible only to ask one question,
okay.
then maybe you can have the rest of the discussion during the break. Necmettin Hocam, one last and very short question, please.
Actually, I had a comment, but I will keep it short. Thank you very much for this panel. So my question to Professor Khosrow Bagheri. Of course, I mean, you mentioned that the Western sciences are not hegemonic. To me, they are hegemonic as the Western power states are hegemonic. So, I mean, I disagree in that regard. But my question, so when we are talking about Islamic intellectual heritage or discipline or tradition, so we are always tending to put them in the context or contextualizing them. And even some like rules, and you mentioned the apostasy, which is not the conversion of the religion, but it is mainly related to international law, if you look at the legal manuals. But when it comes to Western sciences or Western scientific tradition, we don't contextualize it. So, I mean, we try to, put the Islamic sciences in context, but not Western sciences. Why these, differences between the two?
Okay, thank you very much. One very last and very short question, please, because we are running out of time.
Dr. Nevzat Çelik, thank you, my dear friend Al-Junaid. I was in Indonesia and I was fascinated how they are interacted for the idea of Ummah and they are related with Islam. You are right, Islam is not only belongs to Middle East. We have almost 60% of the Muslims living in Southeast Asia. My question to you, what do you think about when you talk about the idea of Ummah? How we can have conceptualized and reform all different ideas into one idea that represents Muslim today in a modern world? Thank you.
And thank you very much for all the questions. And we'll start with Professor No Perez, and then we will continue with the rest of our presenters. Very short answers, please, if possible.
Okay, thank you for the interesting questions. The first one, yes, Soroush distinguished between religion and religious knowledge. This is important. But there are two questions here. One is that, what is the relationship between religious knowledge and religion? Is there any connection between them? Sometimes Soroush's view shows that perhaps there is no connection. So any kind of religious science is distinct from the Quran, for instance, or the texts. I think we can recognize this. But as far as my point about religious science is concerned, so okay, we have got now a kind of religious science which is perhaps different from the Quran and the text, but we can provide this religious science, religious knowledge as a background for providing religious science. This is, I think, the main point. And about the second question, and our tradition, of course, our tradition is very important. We have to read our history, as some people said that we need history to understand the future. But in terms of context, we should consider our context in this world and use those views, but translate them or perhaps complete them in terms of our needs at this moment. Thirdly, as you said, you said that Western science is hegemonic, but science as science could not be hegemonic if it refers to objectivity. You can use it for sovereignty, you can use it for hegemony, but the science as science could not be hegemonic if it is related to finding something in the world and preoccupation with objectivity. I think the three parts of the West, I think, could be distinguished from each other. And context, okay, but as I understand, in this moment, killing the heretic people is very strong in Islamic faith. And also other human rights, for instance, hijab and something like that. And I think our faith is very, very needs the human rights to evaluate itself. So, but in terms of Western science, also context is important. But context provides presupposition for science. And objectivity could not be rejected from science. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think I will take both questions together because both of Irfan and my friend here, they are concerned about the vocabularies of reform. And in Islam, the theory of change in Islam is based on three key concepts. The first, as Irfan was mentioning just now, is Islah. The second is actually Tajdeed, and the third is Taghyir. All of these are found in the Hadith and in the Quran. Now, all of these terminologies refer to a change or a type of change that is shumuliya, that is comprehensive. And this is my critique of Soros, that one of the problems that we have in modern intellectualism, because of the influence of perhaps Western epistemology, is that they construct dichotomies and binaries, that they separate the ideational reform from the social reform. And we were just talking about it just now over lunch, that you can go to Chicago University, and then the state of Chicago is full of fasad, but it's one of the universities, the best universities in the world. But if you go to an Islamic country, the university, especially in Indonesia, should be a representation of the society. So when we talk about reform, through these concepts, and I think these concepts, as far as I know about the history of the Islamic world is universally applied. Even in the Malay language, islah become mengislahkan, tajdid becomes tajdidkan. Of course, taghyir, we don't use taghyir as much, but Malays are very well aware of the word taghyir. So that's the first, that we need to understand these terminologies from a shumuliya perspective, from a comprehensive perspective, without building dichotomies between economic reform, as was mentioned just now in the last session, social reform, global reform, ethical reform, and ideational reform. So that's the first issue. The second issue is actually on how Muslims think. And this is the deeper issue, which I hope, again, Professor Lutfi Sunnah, I'm giving him so much work today, could look at. Because how the Muslims think, and bin Nabi talks about this, has become tainted by not really a Western secularized way of looking at the world, but rather, more importantly, an apologetic and defeatist way of looking at our society and changing our society. And that's why, if you read the book by one of my teachers in School of Oriental and African Studies, Charles Tripp, the title of the book is Islam and the Moral Economy. It's a beautiful book of a critique of the socialist conception of change in the Muslim world. And one of the reasons why Muslims moved towards socialism was because they were unable to come out with a new way of thinking about change within their own traditions. And the reason why they couldn't do it was because the epistemological assumption that they had was that Islam was deficient and insufficient. And we need to address this point now. We need to dig back, as Professor Heba said yesterday, into our traditions, reread our traditions. In my book, Shapers of Islam Shapers of Islam in Southeast Asia, I began with Professor Naqib Al-Attaz, because Professor Naqib Al-Attaz says that one of those things that we need to battle again is secularism, but more importantly, the desecularization of the mind requires the restatement of the Islamic epistemological way of thinking that is still rooted on a contextual underpinning, which is the problems of our time. Right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. This is really interesting and important topic, but it's really difficult to explain now. Maybe we can talk outside, if possible, because...
Tamam. Yes.
Yeah.
So you want to discuss it later on, okay? Hocam.
2 minutes, okay?
2 minutes.
Thank you very much for this question, very important questions. I was there 4 years. That's why, because of my experience, I can say something. Russians started to Russianize and Christianize all the Central Asia. They call them Central Asia in order to Turkestan and Turkic-speaking people. What is Turkic-speaking people? Turks. And then, after Soviet era, they tried to make them atheists, but they were not successful. And in 40s, they founded Muslim administration with muftis in Tashkent from 50s old Baba Hana family to make the Muslims moderate for Russia. Now, after the dependence, after 150 years, they relearn their religion again, and that's normal. And just 30 years, and also all Wahhabi Salafist groups jumped there. And now there's a clash between the state and this Wahhabis, because the culture there is not convenient for Wahhabi beliefs. That's why in the end they will find the right way and close to their culture. I think, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cengiz Hocam. And before we finish, let's have another round of applause for our presenter.
And thank you so much for our moderator and all the panelists for these amazing speeches. And once again, thank you so much for every participant. And we will have another break right now. And we will meet again around 3:50. So hope to see you again, inshallah. Evet ama şimdi Okay. Dear guests, our program is about to start. Kindly invite to take your seats, please. And welcome back after a refreshing break. We hope you enjoy with the trees and ready for another engaging sessions ahead. The name of today's session, Balkans, Resilience, Identities, Authentic Quest, and this is our last session. Our moderator is Berdal Aral from Istanbul Medeniyet University, and our panelists are Admir Mulao Osmanovic from International University of Sarajevo, Hazim Fazlic, Lake Forest College, and Seba Abdullah from Balkan Studies Foundation. Please welcome.
Thank you for inviting me to serve as the moderator in the session. It's the last session, and last but not the least, of course, I have no doubt that we'll have quite stimulating discussions, as in the case of previous discussions. This panel is going to focus mostly on the Balkans, the impact of Islam, the Islamic ideas, Islamic thoughts, its implications in the Balkan countries. Maybe new ideas in the Balkans on Islam, how they pursue Islam, Islamic thoughts. I would like to first turn to the first speaker in this session, Admir Mulao Osmanovic. He's from International University of Sarajevo, and the title of his presentation is Muslim World as an Alternative Paradigm, or only possible for Muslim geography. So he's going to try to understand the relevance of Islam. Is it partially relevant, or is it fully or universally relevant, that context? Okay. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. The last but not least, but I think the last session is the crucial one. We have to conclude very successful conference that we had, and I hope that we will conclude it successfully, talking about our session. We will discuss the Balkans, as our colleague said, but actually I will be a little bit out of the topic of Balkans. I am situating myself within some kind of the general thought about Muslim world, and you can see it from my title. I will read my paper, and I gave my paper to the translator. Be more clear and understandable to all of us, and I hope that we will succeed in that effort. Esteemed colleagues, respected audience, dear friends, I will go straight into the subject which essentially deals with our future, partly, or at least pretends to deal with it. If we accept definition which states that the worldview is a coherent set of presuppositions and beliefs that every person has which shape how we make sense of the world and everything in it, we have to be aware that any other coherent set, any other worldview imposed on person creates serious gaps and unjust challenges on him or her. In the context of the society, it creates trauma, drama, and at the end brings instability, uncertainty, and lack of confidence. I would say this is something that Muslims are still going through, normally and naturally. In this address of mine, I see worldview as a framework for two Burdesian variables: habitus, perception as basis function of our way of being in the world, and doxa, a set of unquestioned beliefs by which aspects of the world and its constituents are grasped as natural, taken for granted. In this address of mine, I also see imposition of other coherent sets within Muslim geography and elevated drama and trauma from it, which generations went through. Above-mentioned perception is not a deliberate taking up of a position. It is the background from which all acts stand out and is presupposed by them. In fact, it is the pre-reflective sensuous contact with the world, the guide of our everyday practical orientations, by distinguishing between what is and what is not for us. The concept of habitus should explain the paradox that human behavior can be oriented towards some goals without being aware of it. That is, it serves to explain the coincidence of the social and mental structures. Habitus can thus be understood as a type of driving principle, that which produces practices. In short, as a product of history, habitus produces practices, individual and collective, thus history in accordance with the patterns brought by history. Social theory deals with habitual practices, socialization, perceptual schemes, typification, stock of knowledge, the background, etc., as explanatory tools. All of them are giving sense and clear pictures for understanding of social determinism as a natural consequence of repetition of rituals, existence of solid social structures, and clear, firm legal framework. The cohabitation of these elements in time and space, in the longer time frame, is designed by doxa. It conveys that natural attitude in which the social world is a self-evident, taken for granted reality, and therefore accepted as unproblematic. Doxa or dogma sounds very similar. This introduction is significant for two reasons. From it, first of all, we understand the complexity of the construction of society and its norms, and secondly, we can grasp some of the ways in which the Muslim worldview became almost illegal even within dominantly Muslim regions. That paradigmatic shift is what Muslim geography experienced in approximately the last 2 centuries. Nevertheless, if we are describing situation in the Balkans, which is not a part of Muslim geography anymore, unfortunately, or Middle East, the core of it, we witness that Moderna and its apparatuses dismantle socio-political structure of the Muslim world. I will here quote Abdelrahmane Taha, who discussed this issue and who said, "New European courts, exogenous legal codes, new European schools, and conceptually foreign European administrative and other institutions came to displace almost every sphere that the Sharia, Sufism, and their related institutions had occupied. The effect of these reforms was not merely to displace the Sharia and the traditional institutions of Islam, nor was it just to secularize them. It was to create a new subject, one who would see the world through the lens of the modern state and the nation, meaning to establish a new worldview." Taha continues explanation and says that a new epistemology has emerged, a new way of not only conceptualizing the world, but also living in it. We are talking about switched habitus, if I may conclude. The death of ilm education, of the traditional scholarly cycle, halqa, and of the madrasa signaled the effective extinction of an entire sociology of knowledge, of a hermeneutic that governed the production of the particular kind of knowledge. the destruction of this system was so colossal that one is compelled to describe it as a structural genocide. The annihilation of an entire apparatus of knowledge understood as both a system and a particular way of living in the world. Indeed, Muslim societies and states experienced a series of disappointments, transformations, and new beginnings during the 20th century. The disintegration and disappearance of universal empires, that is the promotion of the idea of the nationalism throughout 19th century, brought enormous problems to the whole world. The social and political processes that took place in the country states of the Islam, especially during the collapse of the Ottoman state, and the imperialist invasion interfered with the very meaning of the collective identification of the Muslims. Stand primarily by the British and French political and social ideas, types of governance, etc. And then by American ones, Muslim elites began to attribute their own disorientation to the incompatibility of the idea of Islam with the modern times. This led to the growth of Arab nationalism, the strengthening of secularism, and ultimately socialism and liberalism as a path leading to progress. Following the development world not only in matters related to the progress of science and technology, but also in the ideological shaping of own societies has begun to appear to Muslims as an irreplaceable concept. But 200 years of being an object has made almost the entire Muslim world lost in modern trends. Because of such developments, surely negative ones for Muslims, the idea of back to the roots, to the fundamental principles appeared from time to time all over Muslim geography. This idea made possible appearance of so-called Islamic fundamentalism, which by its various characteristics and phenomena provided possibility to be treated ambiguously. If one wants to understand the necessity of the Islamic Renaissance, the return to the basics of Islamic teaching about man and his role and purpose, and not on the principle of not enough clear insights on the topic, Islamic fundamentalism should be viewed as any other conservative approach. This view and attitude toward Islam, a view of the possibilities of social change, has been generally accepted and interpreted by many scholars over the time, and today it appears as a publicly accepted and scientifically grounded. And I think that we witnessed that it is scientifically grounded in these last 2 days. Now, let's go back to the dilemma. Muslim worldview as an alternative paradigm or only possible for Muslim geography. As a civilization of ethics, something that especially today we heard about Islam and Islamic worldview. As a civilization of ethics, Islamic civilization in its core builds its relationship to the world, to those who are its subjects, as well as to those who represent any other otherness, on the premise of fairness whose value is measured in the hereafter. Fulfillment of personal and societal mission lies in revival of tradition on which civilization was based, and this idea of ethic reversion was framed in cosmological terms. God created the world as a hierarchical chain of being, his knowledge by which he designed the world being the most supreme. Divine knowledge, thoroughly ethical and just in its constitution, permitted this chain, having assigned to humans the duty and responsibility of bearing this knowledge to the best of their abilities. Human stewardship, according to Halak, over the material and social world thus consisted of the duty to discover the range and depth of this knowledge and then to apply it to their earthly environment. But how to discover that depth if the environment is not built on the typology that supports its extraction. How to delimit space and create social structures within which relationships based on the primordial calling will grow. Justice and ethics strongly correlate in Muslim worldview. Liberal, progressive, one has its fulfillment within the positive outcomes of corporations. It differs utterly. Doxa and habitus meet at the place where the world unites both as our learned and subconscious conditioning. Perhaps this kind of determinism can be understood as a training, but it is only a superficial understanding of things. Reflexivity as one of the phenomena of the living worldview is viewed through its expediency. The civilization of ethics, this kind of worldview, gives a reflex to help others, to do good deeds, and to defend those who are attacked. This means that reflexivity fulfills in the fundamental ideas of justice and fairness. As an argument to this, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but I would cite a well-known hadith about a man, a murderer, who was looking for a way to redeem himself. When he asked the scholar if there was a way for him to be forgiven, even if he killed 99 people, the scholar said no. So he killed him too. And then went to another learned man. He asked him the same question and got the answer, yes. The scholar said that he had to go to a certain place to live because of the piety and the righteousness of its inhabitants. In short, he should have submitted to the influence of the society or community based on the fundamental values of humanism in order to experience self-transformation and then the possibility of true repentance. Muslim worldview creates individuals better in this world and inshallah saved in hereafter. To conclude, this presentation actually deals with very simple questions. Who we are, what is for us, and what we are for. As Muslims, we are conditioned to know the answers to these questions, not only in this life, but also when we face the first test we will have after death. We know that story, I suppose, all of us. Our individual and collective fulfillment is possible only within the Muslim worldview, and we are obliged as intellectuals to reflect on this and contribute to the growth of these views within Muslim societies. In the new emerging multipolar world, and I strongly believe that we are living that time, the pole that will give the meaning of existence to the entire humanity is the one that has the opportunity to establish itself within the Muslim geography. Khairuddin said something about it. Yesterday we heard similar thoughts. Because the civilization of ethics will not only restore the sense of existence to fallen humanity, but also point out the depth of the abyss in which we have found ourselves accepting evil as good and good as evil. It is precisely for this reason that Islamic view of the world is the only one possible for societies of Muslim geography. And this is my last sentence. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
I would like to thank Admir for his presentation. I think theoretically quite profound analysis was being made, and he tried to understand the relevance of Islam in the modern conditions, discussing ethics, knowledge, and response of Muslims, and how Islam can be relevant for societies, and in particular Muslim societies. I thank him, and also he did not coerce me into warning him about the time limitations because he has finished his presentation within 17 minutes. So I also thank him for that. Thank you. Okay, and now it's the turn of the second speaker. This time I think we will probably focus on the Balkans this time. We are going to make a passage to the Balkans. Hazım Fazlić, he's from Lake Forest College, and his presentation is titled Modern Muslim Thought in Bosnia, New Trends Among the Muslim Scholars. The forum is yours.
I'll try my best. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. It's my honor and pleasure to be with all of you today and yesterday. I think we can all agree that we learned a great deal and we obtained a great deal of insights. There is a beautiful dua in the Quran, Rabbi zidni ilman, and then there is a continuation, Rabbi zidni ilman wa fahman wa lahiqni bis salihin. So knowledge is not given, knowledge is increased, and we ask God also to increase our understanding. I would like to thank the organizer, Lutfi, and his team for inviting me to this conference, and I hope, inshallah, we will be able to meet again soon, maybe in Turkey, maybe somewhere else, but this has been a very, very useful discussion. So today I will be talking about major trends among Bosnian Muslim scholars in the last 3 decades. These are examples of wider trends in Bosnia. This is not full account of themes or discussions or authors. And I hope that I will be also be able to draw lessons for the wider community or for global community when we talk about these trends. So I will focus only on 4 of those, and inshallah I will soon discuss those. But before I do that, I would like to give you a brief historical overview of the discussions that Bosnian ulama and scholars had before that. Since the withdrawal of the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, in the beginning of the 20th century, Bosnian Muslim debates reflected debates that were occurred or occurring in other parts of Muslim world. So the occupation and colonization and the role of Islam in modern societies, this has been also part of Bosnian Muslim discussions. Bosnian Muslim authors searched for answers and solutions to Muslim decline, backwardness, and weakness. The focus was on social, cultural, political aspects of advancement of Muslim world. The Muslim magazines at that time were full of words, progress, reform, compatibility between Islam and reason, Islam in Europe, or European values, the triumph of Islam, and new and fresh interpretations of Islam. And this is basically what we find in other parts of the Muslim world, in Muslim majority countries, in North Africa, in South Asia, and so on during that time, late 19th and beginning of 20th century. This is the map, actually, of Bosnia when it's becoming part of Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1878 and later on 1905, 1908. So you can see that Bosnia in yellow, surrounded by a number of countries or regions with predominantly Christian population, non-Muslim population. So Bosnia, along with a tiny strip on the south through Montenegro and later on Albania and Kosovo, is basically like a small island or small lake. As one of the Bosnian authors said, we are, since the betrothal of the Ottoman Empire, we are too small to be a sea or lake, and too big to disappear. So in this environment, Bosnian Muslim scholars, after the withdrawal, they also focused on physical survival of Bosnian Muslims. They focused also on whether to stay under a non-Muslim ruler, under Christian ruler, under Austro-Hungarian Empire, or to migrate, to do hijrah, to do, obviously they did jihad, they fought against the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but they were unsuccessful as a region, as a country, and they were considering hijrah, and many of the Muslims at that time, they migrated, and Bosnian Muslim discussions at that time were also about migration and what to do, how to live a life, how to live Muslim life, how to practice Islam in this kind of environment. At the turn of the 20th century, the debates focused on preserving the Muslim way of life and existence in this environment. The struggle to protect the physical existence and rudimentary Islamic practice continued during and after the Second World War. In 1945, a communist regime came to power. Bosnia became part of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, and for the next 40, 50 years was a part of this country with communism as a regime that was antagonistic to religion, and a number of waqfs were confiscated, nationalized, a number of ulama scholars were imprisoned or in other ways sanctioned. So it was really a time when Muslim scholars just debated how or wrote how to practice basics of their Islam and how to survive, with the collapse of communism in late 1980s, of the last 1980s, yes, Bosnian Muslims, as well as people of other followers of other religious traditions, they hope that with the collapse of communism, religious pluralism and religious freedom will ensue, and then they will be free to practice their religion, and some kind of progress and improvement will follow. But unfortunately, what happened in the 90s, the war or the aggression against Bosnia by the neighboring Serbia and to a lesser extent Croatia, and Bosnian Muslims at that time in the 90s are facing two kinds of threats. One is external threat by these forces that want to extinguish Muslim community in the region, as well as internal threats. A number of, as you will see, a number of Muslim groups, organizations, individuals would come to the region, not only to Bosnia, but also to the Balkans, and question the long tradition of Islam there, or how Islam is practiced there. So Muslims in general and Muslim scholars in particular had to deal with those. Now, I will talk now about these four topics or four themes that Bosnian Muslim intellectuals have been discussing in the last 3 decades since the collapse of communism. So the first one is the war and genocide, then the new interpretations of Islam, the revitalization of the local Islamic tradition and its connection to the global Islamic trends, and the question of how to practice Islam in a secular state. As I said, these are not all the topics that Muslim scholars have been discussing, but I selected these because I believe that they are responding to the challenges of their own time. And this is, for me, first sign and characteristic of reform and reform thinking to respond to the challenge of your time. So the first challenge is the war and genocide. So the concern for very survival, for physical survival, for ethnic and national identity happened during the outbreak of the war in 1992, 1993, 1994. So the war itself, it does not have a kind of theological significance, but these themes of genocide, war, conflict, aggression, nation, state, they are intrinsically attached to Muslim intellectual discourse in Bosnia. So when you read articles, journals, essays, even books written by not only sociologists and historians and so on, but people specialized in religious studies, in Islamic studies, you will find that Muslim scholars in Bosnia in general, they are adopting some kind of post-conflict and post-genocide mentality. Post-conflict and post-genocide mentality. Muslim religious literature has adopted texts describing acts of genocide, atrocities, and the killing of Muslims. And this is the context in which genocide and conflict occurred that has been emphasized in most of religious and cultural literature of the Muslims. And it's not only during the 90s, during the time when the war happened, when the genocide happened, but also in recent years. So it continues, and even these days you will find a lot of emphasis on the war, conflict, genocide, the consequences of the war. So what Muslim scholars are feeling and have been feeling is that they need to remind, to document, to promote and publish works describing genocide, documenting genocide. Genocide, war, conflict is a subject of academic research and teaching among Bosnian Muslim scholars. The Faculty of Islamic Studies, as a part of the University of Sarajevo, but Faculty of Islamic Studies also as a part of the official Islamic community, has had course on genocide or genocide studies. Another institute belonging to the University of Sarajevo is the Institute for Research of Crimes Against Humanity and International Law. It has publications, it has research to document crimes against humanity from legal, social, economic, historical, and many other aspects of war. What can we learn from this? And I'll try to as I said, to share this experience of Bosnian Muslims and Bosnian Muslim scholars for the wider audience, for anyone who is reading the article or essay that I have written for the publication, but also those who are listening to this presentation. So what we find in Bosnian Muslim circles, intellectual circles, is the culture of remembrance. The culture of remembrance. Yesterday, we heard Professor Hiba Rauf and Professor Farid Al-Atas talking about the need to remind, and how certain actors and agendas, they silence Muslims not to remember what happened to them yesterday. What happened them 40 years ago in terms of occupation, in terms of aggression, in terms of colonization, genocide, and so on. So for us, Muslims wherever we live, it is very important to document, to promote, to write about, to talk about occupation, colonization, genocide, war, conflict that happened in our communities, in our regions, but also in other areas. And this is nothing new for Muslims. We find that in the Quran, on a number of pages, this idea of remembering what happened to previous nations, but also what happened to the nation, the first Muslim nation during the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And in the Quran we read the stories of Badr, of Uhud, or of Trench, and so on, those battles that are mentioned, and those events, historical events, that are important, or very important, not only for the Muslims in the 7th century, but are important for us today. So that is the first theme. The second theme is the new interpretations of Islam. With the outbreak of war, Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Balkan region has been visited, or has been an object of a number of organizations, individuals, and groups that flocked to Bosnia to help. And many of them, they came to help with the humanitarian aid and in a number of other ways. But some of them, they came or they saw an opportunity to re-educate Bosnian Muslims about their Islam, about the basic tenets of Islam. So they thought that the practice of Islam in Bosnia or in other parts of the Balkans is communist Islam. And quite often they clashed with the local population and with the ulama, with scholars. And they attracted a lot of public attention as well as the media attention. So they criticized Muslims, Bosnian Muslims, as well as Muslims in other parts of the Balkans, for certain practices that they found, especially this neo-Salafi movement, Wahhabi movement, whatever you want to call, criticizing Muslims for some practices that they deemed as innovations in religion, or bid'ah. For instance, celebrating the birthday of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, performance of prayers according to other madhabs, dhikr, using beads during dhikr, congregational dhikr, the position of legs in prayer, and so on. So they demanded drastic change in the practice of Islam, in the practice of Islam in the region. And of course, that took Bosnian Muslims and Bosnian ulama off guard. They were not prepared for that. Obviously, some ulama, they knew about different interpretations of Islam, but they never focused too much on, on their own tradition and the interpretation of Islam that has been there for centuries. And it also upset a number of people, because just 10 years ago, they were not allowed to practice their deen how they felt. And nowadays, they were not allowed by communist regime. And now they are not allowed, or they are questioned, their practice of religion by these Muslims who came from different sides of the world. So this frustration is best summarized in polemics on the issue of raising hands in supplication by Fuad Selic and Izzet Terzic. And they said very often one would be imprisoned during communist times without any reason or because of a statement which would be ambiguous. Muslims lived in a system in which one would be called to account only for raising the hands while reciting the Fatiha, because this meant an opting for the religion of Islam. Today we find in those who believe that the raising of hands while reciting a supplication, dua, is an innovation in religion. These individuals do not know how to value. So this is basically just a short summary of the reactions that Muslim scholars as well as general population had when it comes to these new interpretations. So what can we learn from this? Major events in our countries, in our communities, in the regions where we live, might bring uninvited guests, questioning a long-established religious teaching and tradition. This may cause divisions, arguments, and even physical conflicts among Muslims. How to deal with these different with different Islamic understanding, interpretation, and practice? Different regions, different communities deal in different ways. Today we heard about Uzbekistan and Tajikistan and former Soviet republics, and they have had similar problems, and they are dealing with those problems. Let's see how Bosnian Muslim scholars have attempted to resolve those issues through the change in understanding of tradition. They try to theoretically justify the thought and practice of Bosnian Muslims through works directed towards the reaffirmation of their own tradition, ulama and classical Islamic works. So they try to go to their past, to their tradition, and find what scholars of the past, some of them lived in the 15th or 16th century, but it is obviously a rich heritage, intellectual heritage, to find what they can learn from the past and from their own scholars. At the same time, Bosnian Muslim scholars were searching for role models in Muslim world. And they relied on the strong religious roots of earlier generations of the ulama from Bosnia and a strong organizational structure of the local Islamic community. The Islamic community is the main representative of Bosnian Muslims in the area, as well as in other areas. There are main communities, like here we have in Turkey, Diyanet. In Bosnia is the Islamic community, in Montenegro and Kosovo and so on. Well, 3 minutes already. So these works underline the importance of identity and the local tradition, and they again resurfaced. So what Islamic community is trying to do is to develop Islamic thinking within the legitimate Islamic pluralism. This pluralism is strongly anchored in the tradition of Islamic reformism, Islam, and Al-Wasiya, its Islamic center. So what they did, they translated a moderate contemporary Muslim authors who are, as Safet Halilovic described, advocates of the moderate way, al-Wasatiyya, in the interpretation of Islam. And they also revitalized a number of scholars of the past, like Handžić, Čaušević, Jozo, and others, other scholars. And then they also, through institutional development, they established a number of institutions, organizations to deal with Islamic tradition. One of them is the Institute for Islamic Tradition of Bosniaks in Sarajevo that is focusing on research and publications on the contribution of Bosniak ulema in various Islamic sciences. So some of its publications are the Islamic tradition of Bosniaks at the turn of the century, challenges of new interpretations of Islam, Salah in tradition of Bosniaks, selective presentation of the arguments of the Hanafi madhab, Bosniak ulema and Islam in the 20th century contributions, the message of Ahdnama, freedom of religion in multi-religious Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ahdnama, for those who don't know, is a document issued by Mehmed al-Fatih II when he conquered Bosnia in 1463, a document that guarantees Christians freedom of religion. So when it comes to wider implication, Muslim communities will revisit their own tradition, examine, verify, and promote their local tradition, as well as their tradition will be reappropriated and built on. This is a lesson for, from Bosnian Muslim experience. I'm going a little bit faster because I have only 1 minute, is it?
You have
2 minutes, okay. So, and the last one is how to practice Islam in a secular state. So attempts have been made to formulate a local understanding of Islam, which would be compatible with the circumstances and environment where Muslims are living in on European soil. So that is basically experience, and one of the, when it comes to tradition of Islam or Islamic tradition of Bosniaks, one of the elements that affected or influenced Islamic tradition in this part of the world is living in a secular state during communist times and even before. So according to Bosnian Muslim scholars, Sharia norms will be reduced to a personal level in the realms of individual religiosity and morality. But at the same time, they are placing strong emphasis on institution building, on the Islamic community, the official organization that will protect, interpret, and apply Sharia forms or norms as much as possible. What can we learn from that? Institutional Islam is important not only in a minority context, in context of Bosnia or in context of Western Europe, America, and so on, where Muslims represent a minority. It is also important in majority contexts. More than 20 countries, Muslim majority countries, are secular countries. And today we have learned about, experience of Muslims in Uzbekistan and how they are dealing with, different factors. So institution, organization will be able to not only interpret Islam, not only to be able to organize Islam, but also to protect Islam and also to negotiate Islam and Islamic practice with the government and with outside sources. So that's why the emphasis on this institution, not only in minority contexts, but also in majority context is, according to Bosnian ulema, is crucial. That's my conclusion. These and similar topics may be relevant to any region, any other country, and understanding the challenges of Muslims and the responses in other areas might help us in resolving our own issues and problems. This will also help us to connect with others, in this case to Bosnian Muslims and Muslim scholars, but it will also help us to connect to ourselves, to our own tradition, to our own scholars, to our own glorious past, and to our own, original sources of Islam, the Quran and the Sunnah. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
I would like to thank Nazım Fazlić for this very interesting, moving, lively, interesting, and fluent presentation. If you allow me, I would like to pass a few comments about some of the presentation before I end these presentations. Probably we should say that in the modern age, in the last 100 years or something, Muslim societies, in many Muslim societies, facing colonialism, they faced destruction of religion, the disappearance of Islamic tradition by force, by official dictations. But we also saw this in the context of the post-colonial societies. It's not simply a colonial problem. Post-colonial nation states or social societies, in the case of ex-Yugoslavia, for instance, we witnessed the challenge of the destruction of Islamic institutions, Sharia law, traditional schools, collective identity. These are very heavy, extremely intensive problems. And we are now still suffering from this legacy that's tainted by many forcible assimilation processes. And how it's difficult really for Muslims to survive in the modern world by maintaining their cultural identity, to stick to Islamic tradition is very challenging. And our friend, in his really interesting and lively presentation, he discussed about the challenges that really is faced, they are facing faced by the Muslims in Bosnia. And of course, it's very significant, I think, that they are facing up to the issue about genocide. They don't want to forget about genocide. They are studying genocide so that it's a lesson that could be learned from by other societies, but also it's important for their own identity. So they should not allow forgetting really to dominate. New interpretations of Islam is also, I think, very significant in modern conditions. They are living in the midst of Europe, don't forget. They are not living in the midst of the Muslim world. It's a great challenge for them, and I think from the presentation, I understand that it's a very significant process and very important, and lots of interesting ideas are being disseminated in the society. I appreciate that. And I also think that it's very significant from the presentations I listened to in this conference that your alien injection of extremities in the name of Islam, they are quite harmful. It could be Salafism or other understandings that try to dictate a particular dogma of Islam, which is, of course, against the spirit of Islam, which is pluralistic and tolerant. I thank him for his presentation. Now it's time for our final speaker. It's going to be Seba Abdullah. I asked him whether I should say Abdullah or Abdullah. He said both could be possible. Seba, Abdullah, or Abdullah. Both are possible, actually. He's from the Balkan Studies Foundation. The title of his presentation is Muslim Identity in the Balkans, Nationalism, Other, Official Ideologies, and the Muslim World. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I am the last one, and interesting.
But not the least one.
We will speak about Albanians. First of all, I'm very happy to take part and to be in such a qualified meeting and to talk about Balkans and Islamic world. In my presentation, I will mainly talk about the outlines of adventure of the Balkan Muslims' identity since 1918, the process of nationalization of the Balkan Muslim identity, the construction of Muslims as the other in the nation states and national identities, and the crystallization of the Balkan Muslim identity as a result of processes such as democratization and close contact with the Islamic world after 90s. The process that began with the Ottoman Empire's territorial losses in the Balkans and ended with the withdrawal not only ended the political, economic, and cultural power of Muslims, but also led to their being constructed as the other in the construction of national identity in the newly established status. Throughout the 20th century, with the contribution of the instruments of the modern power, this otherness legitimized the policies of deportation, assimilation, oppression, harsh secularization, and was decisive in the construction of Muslim identity in the Balkans. On the other hand, the nationalization of the Muslim in the Balkans, influenced by the nation-building processes, has led to decline in religious identity. When the official ideologies of the newly established national states and historical, intellectual, political differentiation of Muslims at the regional and global level were added, Muslim crystallized in the many layers within the framework of ethnicity, language, region, sect, ideology, Islamic interpretation, global politics, and relations with the Islamic world. The beginning of the processes that led to crystallization was undoubtedly the nation states and nation building processes of the 19th and 20th century, which symbolized the end of empires and a new era in the Balkans. In this framework, the national consciousness and national independence revolves wars that emerged in the Balkans through language, literature, grammar, history studies are closely related to the modernization processes of the Ottoman and Habsburg Empire, their impact on the region and their collapse. The Serbs, who played a role in shaping the future of a significant part of the Balkan Muslims, prioritizes the definition of national identity by the pioneers who were educated in Vienna, the center of the Habsburg Empire. Based on German romantic thought such as ethnicity, language, religion, and culture, in order to better fit the historical reality, and this preference played an important role in constructing Muslim identity as the other. In the 19th century, within the framework of the centralized modern state and powers need to create a structural homogeneous population, cultural identity, nation, and invent tradition, the definition of common homeland, history, language, and ethnicity were easily met by nationalist ideology. While nation building based on ethnicity and religion as a collective identity was realized by the rulers through ideology, education, historiography, and education processes, intellectual and charges realized the construction of us and the other by recalling and reproducing religious symbols and myths. Muslims who remained in the socialist camp of the Cold War period were subjected to the policies of the godless society, secularization, and de-Islamization, as well as the processes of non-recognition of their national identities. In the 70s, especially Yugoslavia's close relations with the Islamic world led to reduction in operation, and the 90s to identity reconstruction, and only in 20s the institutional organizations and representations, national and transnational relations. This opening of the door brought with the interaction and mobility, but also generated new problem areas. It is possible to claim that the nation building of Balkan peoples has an ethnic character. Balkan nation building in which ethnic communities, common ancestry meet, golden age, historical continuity, language, religion, and tradition are at the center can be explained within the framework of the approach of ethno-symbolism. Undoubtedly, religions, sects, charges, and congregations responded to the nation building in which ethnic identity was at the center and which included secularization and aimed to take part in the nation building. The expectation that religion would be replaced by the secular nation was not possible, especially in nations with an imperial past, and nation building processes were realized within the framework of the significant role of religions and charges. In the Ottoman and Habsburg empires, the charges, which were the protectors and representatives of Balkan Christian people, stand out as the most fundamental institutions that enabled the interaction of religion and nationalism. The new political phenomena of the modern era, such as sanctification of the nations, the religious rules of nationalism, and the sanctification of politics have become indispensable tools in the mechanisms of remembering and forgetting us and the other and reproducing the past. In the process of creating homogeneous population or stabilizing identity, religious content has played an undeniable role in the sanctification of origin, the mythologizing and celebration of major traits to national identity, the social role of prayers, the creation of literature in mother tongue, the equivalent of the nation in the Bible, and the invention of single national destiny. In this context, the Ottomans, Turks, Muslims, Albanians, Bosnians are the enemy or the other in the myths, destiny, and origin of the newly established nation states with a Christian population. Likewise, the fact that the construct of otherness also constituted a ground of religious legitimacy further strengthened the legitimacy of Muslim identity. Considering the central role of self-governing national charges in construction of Greek, Bulgarian, and Serbian national consciousness, the natural interaction of national and religious identities in the Balkans has laid the groundwork for religious, linguistic, and broad cultural division to become important fault lines in societies over time. Therefore, the Ottomans and Turks were constructed as the explicit other, and Muslims, Albanians, Bosnians, etc. as the implicit other, with stereotypes of Turkish enslavement and Turkish subjugation and usurpers of their homeland, undermining their historical continuity, disrupting their ethnic integrity, and dividing them into sections. Muslims were the main target in the various policies developed by the newly established Balkan nation states for homogenization. Attitudes and policies toward Muslims centered on the process of Ottoman Islamization, and they were stigmatized as renegade members of the dominant national group and defined as the foreigners to be deported. Within this framework, Balkan Muslims faced intense oppressions, violence, assimilation, and deportation. Depending on internal and external power processes in the Balkans, policies toward marginalized and nationalized Muslims have softened or hardened. The ideologies determined by the official powers for the production of consent have been the main determinants of softening and hardening. Ideologies that reproduce the social and political order not only legitimize the official power themselves and their actions, but also legitimize their right to intervene in society. This legitimacy emerges the construction of identity or as other by modern power through education, history, knowledge, and media, stable and organized society, and common culture. Balkan Muslims have shaped their identity construction with ideologies both in their own nation building processes and by the political structures in which they are embedded. Several forms of Yugoslavism, excluding nations, accepting nations, communism, ethnic nationalism, democratization, and Europeanization processes and ideologies have produced many categories of Muslims and nationalizing Muslim identities such as enemy, other, included in us, in common life, etc. While Yugoslavia in 60s and 80s and the European Union process prevented anti-Genization through otherness, the kingdom, the early years of the socialist period, and the ultra-nationalist Milosevic years harbored policies aimed at antagonizing and destroying otherness. All the Balkan Muslims have faced policies of exclusion, transformation, or annihilation by the official powers, which have taken the legitimacy of history, religion, and ideologies. They have been able to maintain their existence, build institutional structures, and develop transnational relations with a total population of nearly 8 million. In this context, over time, Muslims established mostly religious organizations representing themselves and transformed into bodies independent of the Ottoman center. In the nation-building process of Muslims, these institutions were involved in the construction of their ethno-national identities and later evolved into various cultural, educational, and even political entities. The nation-building of Islam in Balkan developed on the other hand in the context of the rapid modernization and secularization of local communities, and on the other hand under the influence of transnational connection and exchange with both the Islamic world and the West, especially since 70s. In the 20th century, in the Balkans, political and ideological frameworks such as Yugoslavism, communism, and democratization led to continuous reconstruction of identity both by the official powers and by the nationalizing Muslims. Although Albanians differed regionally, they surprised the Islamic identity by emphasizing ethnicity and language, while Bosnian Muslim Bosniaks, on the other hand, remained in the center of the Islamic identity despite the threat of Orthodox Serbs and Catholic Croats on the plane where they were identical in the terms of language and ethnicity according to the dominant population. In this context, Bosnian and Albanians, two major Muslim groups that become nationalized in the Balkans, came to the fore with their historical and institutional development. Taken into account the Bosnian presentation of the two esteemed researchers before me and the time pressure, I will skip the evaluation of Bosniak identity. I will be more meaningful to make an evaluation of the Albanian identity in the southwest of the Balkans. Albanians followed different process of nation identity building compared to Bosnian Muslims due to geographical, political, and cultural differences. Orthodox Albanians contributed to the newly established state and national identity through education, Catholics through foreign policy, and Muslims Albanians through their role in the independence processes. This differentiation of the intellectual who built the Albanian national identity brought language and culture to the center. On the other hand, the significant part of the Albanian population remained outside the borders. The division of the Albanian population led to emergence of different models of Albanian identity in the triangle of the ethnicity, language, and religion. In Albania, where language and culture stabilized identity, religious identity was excluded over time, and secularization and anti-religious socialist social order was developed. On the other hand, until the 20s, Kosovo and Macedonian Albanians had to produce identities in opposition to the Serbian and Macedonian nation-building processes, as they were subjected to the policies of Serbian and Macedonian sovereign powers. In the process, ethnicity and religious identity have not been separated from each other as in Albania, but rather have formed a supportive form. Moreover, as in Yugoslavia, religious identity was supported by the ruling powers in order to balance the ethnic Albanian identity. The national identities of Albanians in Albania, Kosovo, and Macedonia have diverged, given Albania's harsh communism after the Second World War. The historical religious and sectarian division, the influence of the Italian and Catholic Church on the region, the marginalizing Ottoman and Islamic perspective of the Albanian elite, the formation of an Albanian elite distant from Islam by the socialist Yugoslavian government, and the anti-religious Enver Hoxha era have greatly diminished the relationship between nation identity and Islam among Albanians. The Albanian state declared religious independence a year before the abolition of the Caliphate by severing ties with Istanbul. The Bektashi community and its center were expropriated in 25. The religious repression increased in the 50s. Religion was banned in the 67, and the country was declared atheist in the 76 constitution. In the post-18 period, for Albanians based in Albania, secularization and modernization were synonymous with purging the Ottoman Empire and Islam. Especially during the Enver Hoxha era, Islam was seen as the cause of backwardness and barbarism, and the Ottoman Empire was seen as the primary cause of Islamization in historiography, education, and thought. Likewise, the 70% Muslim population was divided by the rulers in Albania in a way unprecedented in any other countries. Sunni Muslims and the Bektashi community were separated and included in the census. Albanians in Kosovo and North Macedonia, which are outside Albania's border, have been subjected to ethnic and ideological oppression by the ruling powers of these countries. Accordingly to the nation-building process did not develop through ethnicity and language to the exclusion of religion as in Albania, Kosovo Albanians face Serbian nationalism, which saw Kosovo as an integral part of Orthodoxy, their homeland and their history in their nation and state-building processes, which turned into struggle for existence. Albanians were not recognized as a nation, and the closure and banning of Albanian language schools by King Yugoslavia were policies to force the Albanian population to migrate. The Serbs considered Albanians as Albanian-speaking Serbs due to their Islamization and resettlement policies and their to assimilate them through educational policies. Until the 70s, the assimilation policies were adopted by the government and ideologies which caused the national struggle of Albanians to be shaped on language and education. During the socialist Yugoslavia, the regime called the 2 million Albanians living in the country as Shqiptar, which is perceived as a stereotype, and the Albanians as Albanci, and wanted to build a separate nation. Albanians Okay. With the with the democratization processes, the politicized Albanian elite distanced itself from Islam. The struggle at the political level has been shaped by demands such as ethnic justification, public employment, the declaration of Albanian as the official language, and Albanian medium universities. The discussion on the public sphere did not use religion, discourse, and secular framework was strongly present. With the lifting of religious bans after communism, religious identities gained legal legitimacy and increased visibility in the public sphere, leading the reintervening of national and religious identity. In this framework, the recognition, politicization, representation, and organization of religious identity were the prominent issue of the transition period. Likewise, the new way of globalization that came with the democratization paved the way for the discussion of transnational identity visions such as Ummah, European Muslim, Balkan Muslim in the region, as well as series of debates such as Islam and modernity, religion and the state, living as a minority, minority law, and the law of living with Christians. After the use of the tools of modern power in kingdom socialist Yugoslavia, such as repression, transformation, division, emigration, the armed struggle to eliminate Bosniak and Albanian identity developed in the nationalist third Yugoslavia. War and democratization led the region to develop a distorted relation with the Islamic world, which crystallized and failed to produce unity. Many different nation states of the Islamic world brought in, transnational movements and organizations, communities, Islamic schools, and understanding to the region to help Balkan Muslim further crystallizing the nationalist Muslim identity in the Balkans and producing the fragmentation into small communities. Many new factors, such as the methods of struggle against official powers, Wahhabism, debates on the renewal of Islam, Turkish, Arabian, or European Islam, radicalization issues have quickly become part of Muslim identity and have started to turn into language that others each other. Okay, conclusion. In the 20th century, Balkan Muslims who become nationalists and communalized developed their relations with the Islamic world in the post-19 framework and discussed the defining and repositioning their identities with the perspective of Arab, European, Turkish, and Balkan Islams. In particular, Bosnian Muslims have been able to develop thoughts on issues such as the renewal of Islam, the relations of Muslims with the secular, modern, and global world, the public sphere debates, the political, social, economic rights, and position of Muslims. Although there was an expectation that Muslims living in Europe will produce the phenomenon of European Islam or European Muslims, this has not materialized. European Islam aimed to build a special European Islam culture that was disconnected from the culture of North Africa, Turkey, or Indo-Pakistan, and to develop Islam as a faith free from ethnic practice and beliefs. It was not possible to bring together many Muslims from many parts of Islamic world with different ethnicities, languages, sects, ideologies, and interpretation of Islam's relations with modernity. And the debates on what Europe is, the legislation of European institutional structure, the integration models of minorities, the differences between Euro member states, social, political, structural, and cultural movements such as the far right, Islamophobia, and xenophobia have been obstacle to this. Okay, thank you very much for your patience.
I thank Sheba Abdullah for his presentation. It was a very condensed presentation. I have to think, I thought it could be a very good book, actually. It's so condensed, it's so intensive, really. He worked so hard on this paper. Huh? Okay then. So he actually presented his book, not his paper. So it was very, I think, well studied. Thank you. He actually conveyed us the changes in the Balkan nationalism, how they are being constructed. In particular, I was struck by to understand to get to know that the non-Muslim identities tend to define themselves in contradiction with the Ottoman Empire, Ottomans and Turks, and against Islam. And it's really one of the reasons why we talk Balkanization. You know, there is so much tension in the Balkans. It's very difficult, of course, in such a condition for Muslims to build their identity. It was also interesting to learn that the Albanian identity is very much embroiled in ethnic and cultural and linguistic background, rather than Islam. In the case of Bosnian Muslims, it's the Islamic narrative that seems to dominate. And I think it's very interesting to learn that. Thank you again for this presentation. We have roughly 13 minutes. So you have 30 minutes to go. I would like to ask you for your questions. Yes, please. and also mention who you are asking your question to.
Mainly to admire, but also partially to Hazem. I think what is closer to habitus is not worldview. It's life words, if you like. And why I am insisting of this difference? Because I analyzed 8 books written were about Islamic worldview. And frankly, I was disappointed because some of these worldviews is really worldviews, and other it's not. It's like, for instance, to say that woman veil is part of Islamic worldview. I mean, again, I'm not arguing against the woman veil, but just to say, if worldview become like a fiqh rules, here you have a problem with the worldview. This is why life words, and I invite you to read the book of Muhammad Bani, Islamic worldview, which is a very powerful book, is to argue that what remain in Islam in our everyday practice and behavior is not a system, but practice. I mean, how historically some practice and the tradition become powerful. So life words allow not standardization, not to say there is an institution which bring everything. So I think just I wanted to make such theoretical comment.
Do you expect anything from him? Do you want an explanation?
Yeah, but maybe you collect.
Maybe if he wants, afterwards. First we take questions, then at the end. Yes, please. Eliasa.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, regarding the question of Professor Hanafi, I was going to ask for Professor Mullah Osman. The habitus reminds me much more than the life word, actually. I go further. It's practical life word. It's a theory of practice. It's a theory of a social action. So, based on your presentation, which was very dense and inspiring about the sociological theory, but do you mean by habitus a theoretical worldview, a reconsideration of how the world is, what kind of a place it is, or a Muslim practical way of acting? Which one? Could you please clarify it? It's a supplementary question to Professor Hanafi.
Do we have any other questions? No other questions? I'm just surprised. I'm sure you have some questions. Probably everyone is waiting for others to ask the questions. That's the problem. Okay. No further questions. Maybe first they provide answers, and if any questions are shaped in your mind, you could raise your questions later. Okay, please.
Mike, thank you. Thank you for the questions. And actually, I pointed at you, the second one, the practical way. The practical way. I am thinking about practical way because somehow I am based talking about theoretical framework on the thought of Ali Izetbegovic, and he was very practical about it, and he said actually that we need practice. Even Abderrahman Taha is someone who said that we need new human and new praxis if we want to establish that kind of the worldview and to re-establish that turath, that tradition, how he said. So this is something actually what I wanted to emphasize in it. Not theory, but actually practice. Now we can come to these different traditions that we are talking about. Even the Bourdieu said that habitus can be changed when he was, you know that, of course. What is unchangeable? What is unchangeable is, in his point of view, doxa. There we can speak about also unchangeable tenets of the Islam, 5 tenets of the Islam. We can speak about change in the legal system, for example, the Shafi legal system. When he was in Sham, in Gaza, he's from Gaza, right? When he moved to Egypt, he changed his some points of view, habitus. And in that let's say, perspective, I'm dealing with these operational tools from Bourdieu. I hope that you are satisfied with the answer. Thank you so much.
Is there any further question? Yes, please.
What do you think about the relation between habitus and human agency? Because habit and habitus generally is understood as something outside of my decision. But another point of view is that humans have agency and they can change themselves and also the environment. What is the relationship between these two concepts in your view?
Humans can change themselves, but we also know, for example, that reflexivity, what I also mentioned during my presentation, is something but we can relate, for example, to our daily practices. And habitus is something what creates the practices. We have to pray 5 times a day. And this is something what changes us. If we have this kind of the practices, if we multiply these practices, it means that we will go in a certain direction, that it will be something what will put us in some kind of the reflexivity. But I said that kind of the reflexivity is good because the doxa, something what is unchangeable, something what is the core of our being, if you want, push us toward good deeds. In that sense, of course, the agency, the human agency, is differ from the habitus a little bit, but created practices is something what I am emphasizing. On that created practices, we are actually practice our life and we are being in the world. I hope that I am understandable, since I am dealing with social theory like a historian, but I like to deal with that because I am repeating myself again that I am a student of Ali Izetbegovic in a way, because my PhD was based on his thought and his practice. And from that position, I hope that you are satisfied with my answer.
We have another 3 minutes. If anyone has any question, we'll be pleased. Salman Bey, buyurun.
I have a question for the entire panel, actually. And one of the things about this conference is a conference on contemporary Muslim thought. But what we found ourselves is often falling back into regional or nation-state kind of conversations. And some of the experiences that you're describing, I think one of you mentioned that actually it may not be that dissimilar to what happened in Central Asia, what may have happened in Tatarstan, what may have happened in other places. So I'm wondering whether we have the right unit of analysis to allow us to think about contemporary Muslim thought, and how, if that is the case, how would we learn from those different experiences, that the experience of Bosnia and the experience of Albania, while they have their own individual peculiarities, they belong to a family resemblance of what happened to Muslim thought in relation to either colonialism or what I would call Kemalism in various ways. And maybe we need to be thinking about these transnational analytical concepts which might help us to juxtaposition things. Otherwise we reproduce very kind of area studies kind of logics, even though the material that we're looking at escapes that logic. And I thought maybe all three of you might want to comment on that, because one of the things, of course, is, and one of you said, is that the Balkans is no longer considered to be part of the Muslim world in any particular sense because of what has happened. And it's something that many in the Muslim world don't know what has happened as well. So it's a question about making these connections across those pieces to undermine both area studies and then to see what we can learn from that collectively.
I think the question obviously is raised to all of the speakers, but you don't have much time. So I would suggest that you try to answer within 1 minute each, please.
Yeah, thank you, Salman. From my point of view, from my presentation, I try to offer some lessons or wider implications. So yes, it's case study, Bosnia, but we dealt with aggression and a number of, not a number, but I think just 2 or 3 countries in the 20th century were independent. As far as I remember, Turkey, Iran, and Afghanistan, yes. So we can talk about colonization, occupation, aggression. That is basically one trend that happened in the past, and it's happening as we speak. We speak about colonialism, but there is also neocolonialism. And today we talked about Africa and neo-colonialism in Africa. It's not only colonial now, to occupy. It's even better now just to extract sources in indirect ways. So that's one thing. The other thing is how do we speak to each other within Islamic pluralism? So I talked about these new interpretations of Islam, and obviously we didn't in Bosnia. They didn't want to fight with these newcomers or with the people who adhere to Salafi, Wahhabi, Neo-Salafi, and so on trends. So how do we talk to each other? And we have to have certain kinds of arguments, and we have to research, do our own part in research through tradition and so on. Tradition is something that, as Abdul Hakim Murad said in his book, something that is, we should go back and glorious past of Muslims. No, not for him, not Islamic modernism or Islamic fundamentalism is key of success for Muslim nations, but our past heritage tradition that, Muslims from Uzbekistan, from Bukhara to South Asia to Europe or Bosnia share. So I tried in my presentation to connect these dots. I don't know how much I succeeded. Thank you.
for the speakers. And I would ask you to upload our speakers, please.
As we come to conclusion, thank you so much for all our panelists and also for all participants. And lastly, I would like to invite Professor Lütfi Sunar for the closing remarks. Please welcome.
Hello and good evening, everybody. We came to an end of this conference, and I may listen until the morning, and if you go outside, the winter has arrived, and maybe you want to come back again to this hall. It is now like a piece of paradise of knowledge, and also the weather is very well in this room. I'm very grateful and thankful to all. First, the professors from different parts of the world. They joined us and shared their knowledge, experience with us. And we hope to further these gatherings with special topics. We will come together around the special issues in workshops, and also we will keep to work on the contemporary Muslim thought. And also a special thanks goes to the organizing team, especially Büşra İnce, Selva Nur Demircan, and of course Eliasa Koytak, Mehtap and Meli. They did too much with around 25 organizing team members. And many thanks also to the ISAM. The president of ISAM is with us now. And they opened their space for us. And the ISAM, as you know, is one of the contemporary centers of contemporary thought in the Muslim world. And we get benefited too much from this center. We learned too much. And we hope ISAM will also do some other things in this area. Thank you. Thank you for your joining. And we are proud to have all of you to here with us and keep working on this issue.
Thank you so much, Professor Lütfi Sunar. And also would like to invite Professor Nihat Erdoğmuş for his closing remarks. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, esteemed professors, scholars, and participants, we are very happy to host you here, joining us for our conference. We are very happy. A fifth sentence I'll try to say. As İLKE Foundation, as an İLKE team, we try to do something. But before that, special thanks to Professor Lütfi Sunar and also İLKE team. This is a way, long way. We are on the way. For this way, we need collaboration. We need the ways of thinking. But also we need the togetherness of heart and brain. Inshallah, together we will walk this way. I see here the spirit of Ummah. We need to develop a body of Ummah, new ways of thinking. To walk, we have spirit, we need body. Inshallah, next meetings, next collaborations, we will to develop the way of body of Islamic Ummah. Good evening.
Thank you, Professor Erdoğmuş. And thank you to all our esteemed speakers. Your wisdom and support are deeply appreciated. Additionally, we express our gratitude to generous supporters who have contributed the organizing of this program. And thank you for being part of this incredible journey. And before ending the program, I would like to invite all our panelists and speakers to the stage to take in a photo together. Please welcome. really sorry. All the moderators are also invited. Please welcome. After this first photo session, we will continue with all the participants. Please be ready for it. Please don't leave the stage. Please don't leave the stage. And we are inviting all the participants to take in a picture.